Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 between Glacial Charm and Titan Gaming Hyperion. We are here in our grand finals for the Conqueror League, and after Game 1, it looked like Titan Gaming Hyperion took a really slow but patient dominant game and are looking to make it a dominant series. Here we are in our draft for Game 2. It's looking to be pretty similar, actually nearly identical so far, except there's the Zac band from Glacial Charm. That's the one thing that they're not going to look
at all. They don't want anything to do with that Zac anymore.
Yeah, identical bands all around other than the Zac. Seraphine, again, will be first picked as well. So Glacial Charm, just by the way this draft is going so far, seems like it wasn't necessarily their draft that was the problem. Maybe it's just something they executed in the mid or early game. Senna, again, picked up as well. If this gets paired with the Nautilus, it will be identical, but it is the Tom Kench.
Yeah, we're seeing... I like the bands on both sides. There's still TGH, the guys over at Hyperion, don't want to see anything from Misfortune, Thresh, or Zillion. They already like, this is the same thing that they did before. This is the same bands.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the guys over at Glacial Charms, they do not want to deal with either the Volibear or the Serath as well. And now the Zac joins the lines. So GC is going to snatch the Seraphine again. A really good power pick overall.
Yeah. But this time they're not really going to flex it, kind of like they did in the first game's draft. They're going to pick the Leona immediately after it and ensure, again, that Seraphine is going mid. It didn't really make much of an impact in the first game, so I'm sure they're just using it for more so like utility purposes.
Yeah.
And they are going to pair it again with Leona and Sejuani. So I'm already a little skeptical. This is the second time I'm seeing Glacial Charm go for a draft that doesn't really have much damage just yet. Let's see what they do in the second round. But first, let's see what Hyperion has for their third pick.
Sejuani is also a flex pick because it could go either jungle or in the top lane. In the top lane, it's a really oppressive pick that can do a lot of damage that you would never believe at that time. You would have said that like a year ago that, holy crap, what am I seeing? Okay, so it's going to be either Senna support, Tam can stop, and Varus ADC. Or we're going to go full ballistic in this mother, and we're going to have a Varus mid lane with lethality.
Yeah, AP Varus mid has been making a bit of a splash lately.
Is it with AP or lethality?
It is AP because he gets the stacks with his passive, and then he procs them after he gets 3 for some big burst damage. So it is pretty reliable, and I mean his ult does a fair bit of damage, nice spreading CC as well. So it's not necessarily like a troll pick. I really do kind of like it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens there. But I do think it will be Senna Kench in the bot lane. We didn't see the fasting Senna last time, though. Now that it's paired with a Tom Kench, it might be. Because I think the Tom Kench is a bit more agency than the Nautilus. But, we'll see. Ornn, again, banned here from Hyperion in the second round, just like in the first game, as well as the Renekton. And it will be Trundle banned away here from Glacial Charm. Let's see if they have any other jungle picks that they want to take away from Hyperion, because K-Peps was a bit of a menace on that Zac, so don't really want to give him anything that he can get a lot of control
on. Let me say that I'm really thankful to the guys over at Hyperion for making these matches not skull-numbingly boring by having to watch something like an Ornn lane.
Yeah. The Camille was a nice touch from the last game, so I'm happy to see that. They might just turn it on our heads, though, and just pick Maokai and make us eat our words. So that's what's being covered right now.
Exactly what they did.
Yeah.
Are you a wizard, man? How did you did this?
I mean, there's still... Yeah, no, never mind. I was going to say there's 5 seconds left. Not the case. That will be locked in.
That will be the Maokai.
Really tanky compositions from both teams so far. I'm waiting for like a Riven or like something crazy to come out from Glacial Charm here. Not exactly sure what their draft is going to shape out to be. I think these next 2 picks are really going to determine what this composition wants to do, because you have a bit of, engage, obviously, with Leona, Sejuani, Seraphine. But where's the follow-up? Kayn.
See, there's your follow-up, dude.
Okay. All right. I don't mind it. So, right away, I'm thinking he's going to go blue Kayn and just try and shred the Senna and Varus and make them regret their existence.
You're overthinking it, dude. You're overthinking it, dude.
Am I?
You go Rast.
Yeah.
And you morb all over them.
But is that the damage they're looking for, though, right? I really think they do need something. What is this Ari pick? Wait a minute.
Ari mid lane, Seraphine, APC.
Is this Seraphine Leona bot lane?
Yeah, totally. It can be good because if Leona goes, how do you call this rune? Glacial Lockman.
Yeah.
And lands the E. I think it's the Seraphine Q, the one that is the wave, is an instant stun.
That's true. I think that's possible. Hey! Wow. All right. So there's some more damage there from the side of Hyperion. I'm very surprised from both sides. This is not really the draft I was expecting.
It's not a Rengar game. Like in my ignorance. In my ignorance as a player, a guy that really likes game, you're in for a surprise.
Yeah. I mean, Abandon, we love him, and I think he's gonna get a lot done. But
this is a Maokai. Is this season 3? Or what the hell is going on? What the? Okay, no.
Nothing makes sense in these drafts. These first two games.
Let's do this. Throw us in.
Let's just get into this.
Hit the play button.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Game 2 of the Conqueror League Grand Finals here between Hyperion and Glacial Charm. And boy, do we have a draft for you. Let's just see how things go in this early game, because this is anyone's call right now. I'm speechless. I don't know what to call.
This is the toughest change that you would have imagined when it comes to I would have expected like they're expecting the Rengar start, which is the usual the usual just dive. Okay.
Oh, did they see him? Oh my god!
Yeah, of course.
Just barely envisioned. They caught him. Oh, Abandon. He's gonna flash away. The Zenith Blade is gonna connect immediately. He's gonna make it to a bush, but this is just surely game over. He's walking down the river right now, and we'll find Elmo be pimping for first blood. Give it over to the Ari.
1 kill, 4.
This is gonna be a fiesta.
4 assists.
This is gonna be crazy.
Ooh, this is not looking really good.
So normally, as casters, our job in the first minute or two of the game is to, talk about jungle pathing, maybe look to see if there's any runes that are out of order, right? It's like
today.
Not today. No, we're gonna invade through top, which is already unconventional. Get a kill, get all 4 assists and a kill onto the Ari, who will back and actually pick up a Dark Seal. So
yeah,
man, just kind of starting with the train already off the tracks a little bit.
Rough situation. Maokai is not a particularly spectacular jungler. Not because he's going to be how do you say this, punished by the jungle. Nah, totally not. What it's going to be is how do you say this? It's going to take a while.
He's just got no clear, right?
Yeah.
And also, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought the start was that you picked up your saplings.
Actually, I take that back because I think in the last patch,
they
added extra damage towards jungle creeps with the E.
That's true. Yeah. I think a couple of champions did get some bonus damage towards jungle monsters. So maybe we're wrong there. Maybe it won't be the slowest clear in the world. But I think Kayn will be able to shred through it a little bit faster, especially the AoE camps.
Well, Kayn is a whole different business in this, and of course, Abandon, the Rengar main, of course. He's going to do Rengar things, but he is entirely dependent, and this is all. And this is the thing that I love about that I love and hate about Rengar top.
Yeah.
And it's the fact that it's a very volatile lane. Like, if you're fighting against someone that is really safe and gets help from the jungler, you are essentially thrown out of the match by 10 minutes. And the way that you need to go back, it's going to be really hard because you essentially need to abandon top lane, become a second jungler, and start getting a bunch of roams off the side. And coming back from not having a lot of power or money income from the start of the match is super detrimental, and this is what it's looking like for Abandon at the very moment. If he's able to land a kill, we're seeing a small skirmish in the bottom.
Yeah, Zenith Blade onto Angel here, who is just going to walk himself out a little bit into safety. Will be able to heal himself up. He is Senna, and he's got the Tahm Kench as well, just as a bit of a meat shield. The Ignite actually going to go onto this Rengar here, and just going to walk himself into the bush, so that's his home territory. He's feeling good. Got Maokai to join him as well. We're jumping back in over and over again. Abandon is trying to sort of prevent what you were just talking about, having to leave his lane and just kind of give up. I think he's looking for blood, and I think it makes sense that both these junglers are up here, as well as the Ahri, actually. We got action all over the map right now, and Varus just kind of left alone to farm the mid lane. Surprised no one dies here at the end of the day, and actually Abandon is going to throw the Ignite down as well. I don't think the Sejuani will tick down. We'll see. Sapling in the bush is going to do some bonus damage here.
Oh, you're going to Rengar's territory, friends! Don't do that!
Charm will be flashed.
That's his house! You never go to a kitty's house without his permission!
Oh, and we're going into the bush right now. They have no vision over the wall. There's the ward, actually. So we have follow-up here. Rengar super low is going to make his way into the tri-bush and then just walk out after getting that first kill. So super extended fight. Another Zenith Blade here in the bot lane is going to snare up. Actually, a follow-up here from the Seraphine will not be enough damage to take down Angel. Tahm Kench able to stand in the way of that. And this is just a scrappy fight all over the map. Much different than what we saw from Game 1.
Dude, it was really, really well played by Abandon on Rengar. It was fantastically... And K-Pips did really well. Because K-Pips, what it did was that he sown every single one with... his little thingies, his seedlings. The thing about the seedlings is that they are deceptively annoying because they actually really do a lot of damage. But the downside is that you need to place them before on a brush.
Abyssal Warrior's not going to find anything. So Leona's actually going to go back in after being poked down very low. Now that they have the Cane, they think they have the burst damage here onto the Tahm Kench. He's going to have his Grey Health Shield to be able to proc that really quickly, so he is not going anywhere. This is just another kill here for Angel, who's going to pick up, actually his first, correct me. So a bit of an overextension there from Kraydog, who just kind of...
you, like the E is deceptively really strong.
Yeah, no, I mean it's plenty of damage there, and this Kayn, I think, might already think that he's in form at this point in the game. He does not do as much damage as you might think, so he's been here at a couple of lanes now, but not been able to finish the job.
Yeah, the thing that I'm seeing is that I want to see how Varus is going to perform against an Ahri, which Varus does okay with control mages, can do something against assassins, but mobile mages are like a whole different beast. Like there aren't many mid laners that can deal comfortably against mobile mages. You have characters like Yasuo or Yone that are able to somewhat deal with them.
Yeah. Actually, he might be baited in here as he's going to thrust the Chains of Corruption, go completely wide, and he's just going to be stunned down for the rest of his life. Almost picks up the counter kill, actually, onto Elmo, be pimping. But he will get away with no health, no mana, but still just a little bit of life. More trades up here in the top lane is Abandoned. It's going to consider going back in, but this Sejuani, remember, does more damage than you might think. This is a pretty angry pig.
Rengar might be going for the Divine Sunder, which is a really good tech choice. And there's the Kayn. The ultimate from Rengar is going to come in. And okay, so this is a really scrappy situation for Rengar, because at low health, and this is going to sound a hell of a lot redundant, but at low health, it's really hard to get a lot of value from the W. The W thrives on trades when you are above the half of your health bar. Yeah. So a really good engage from Sejuani like that. Yeah. It's going to burn both W's, and now it's in range for a dive.
Yeah, this is a pretty terrible spot.
They don't know that.
Because if he recalls, he's going to miss a cannon wave.
If you dive Rengar right here, you get him. You get him straight up.
And if this Sejuani had the Ignite up, right, this would be a very, very easy kill. Abandon knows that it's still down for a little bit longer, so he's able to just kind of soak up some XP from afar. But he had a very big CS lead, and if he misses this wave here onto the tower, right, he gets dove for whatever reason, that might just all go away. Looks like Sejuani will give this to him, just barely. As he will get, poked out a little bit. There's a Demolish proc eventually waiting here for Firefight if he chooses to go for it. And there it is, another engage. We're slowly creeping up here, and we notice so much focus
up that got caught going towards the top lane. And right now, okay, so we're seeing now Maokai needed to go back into the jungle. He needs the farm.
But here's that PC we were talking about earlier. Here in the bot lane, they're going to look for Well, Senna's nowhere to be found because she's in the belly of the Tahm Kench. Ahri actually is going to get rooted up here under the tower. Will be ignited in return, too, to prevent any further dive. A massive encore here from the Seraphine 2-girl from Bush. And it looks like Kayn comes out of his little ultimate and is in no shape or form able to pick up a kill. Really not seeing any value from this game just yet. I was very excited for it in the draft. Not
Dylan,
quite pleased.
I have to tell you something.
Yeah.
We're both idiots.
How so?
We should have known straight away that this was going to be a Rengar game.
Yeah? How could you tell from
They went Senna. Remember the camouflage thing that Rengar has now.
True. Yeah, I guess you're right. Ever since,
yeah, because if they grab like an Nautilus or something like that, but they grab a Tahm Kench, they were going fasting Senna because Senna was the support. Because they were going. I know I'm going super deep into this rabbit hole, figure it out. But it was kind of obvious. They did something similar last time. They had Ivern, they had Senna, and Rengar on the top side, and they had like two consistency picks on the support side. And
we got another follow-up engage here though in the mid lane. Is actually this Kayn might be able to get some damage down. Looks like not enough just yet. K-Pep's able to walk away. Gonna get autoed by a couple of minions, but he's still got about 100 health or so, so he's feeling fine, able to take that and walk away with his life. Not a lot of value out of this Varus just yet. I haven't seen. It seems like all of the focus so far this game has been on the Rengar. He's not necessarily winning every trade, but he's certainly going for them.
Oh no. Oh no.
Maybe this is where the Kayn picks up his first kill. Surely this is it. He's gonna miss pretty much everything. And it looks like Bandit's out. Oh my god.
He looking out.
No ultimate from Sejuani. Actually, Rengar's gonna go back in. I think he's just buying time maybe for the Maokai to make his way up here, but he will get caught in the rotation actually as Elmo be pimping. Still got 2 more ultimates available, so he will not pick up the counter kill in return. Dude, Abandon's buying so much time, but for what? You know, he's just gonna go down eventually. Surely, right? Are they just going to give another kill over to the Ahri? No, it will go to Firefight. So they will even the kill score 4-4 here.
Yeah.
A bit of a sloppy, you know, maybe miscommunication there on the side from Hyperion.
No, I think the thing is that there was, like, even though the bot lane that they have is kind of strong, okay? There's a problem because they are not really able to push a lot of the lanes like really easily. You're relying on the Bani Cinder, you're relying on Senna Q, and still this is fasting Senna. The one that needs to farm is the Tahm Kench, and Tahm Kench is not necessarily a really push heavy character.
Right.
So even though Leona left the lane, they're playing weak side. So Leona could do anything that she wanted in this case, keeping Ahri alive by stunning the Maokai. Maokai got deleted, which was really important, but Ahri was able to continue further in her lead. So yeah, there's a lot that happened during that specific match, during that specific fight. Those consecutive fights that exist on top.
And with the Leona roaming that much, as you were saying, right? They're only able to pick up 1 plate. You know, that's all they got. They got a couple of waves, it's good, but just adding to your point there. Go on.
Abandon did really well on surviving in general, but right now, since they know that the focus and essentially the carry of the match should be on Rengar's shoulders, they are having a ball just focusing him. And Leona is just going to cover the towers and everything. Rift Herald on the top side. This is a nightmarish scenario for Abandon.
I think this Rengar's window has sort of passed a little bit. Doesn't seem like he's going to be able to really find too many executes on anyone. I think, you know, maybe the Ahri, but she's got a dash. Seraphine's probably the most likely, as she's actually going to get dove here under this tower right here. That's a 2-man encore, so that's pretty good, but her health bar is just so low. She will get a little minor heal at the end there, but it's just not enough. Looks like the Dawning Shadow might be able to pick up a shield actually onto the Tahm Kench. I was thinking that was the other team, but this disengage, can they find their way back to their tower, or are they going to look for a re-engage themselves? We have a stopwatch here used from Kraydog actually, and nobody has died just yet. Follow-up engage from the Leona will give Firefight the first kill of the fight. Another stack here for the Ahri, able to pick up a bit more damage. K-Pep will go down here from the flanking Kayn, who is now in his red form, able to pick up what might be his second kill here, as he there gets it and is able to walk himself out just barely. Yes, will live. So, turning the tides of the series maybe is Glacial Charm now, making it 8-5 here in the second game.
Glacial Charm did a beautiful job on recognizing where the strengths of the team were, or where they were going to lie, and putting pressure on specific places. Now, they know that Virus is going to play second. That's why they know. And since they already know that, what is going to happen is that they already know that the focus has to be on the top side or in the bot side. The bot side is playing a weak lane. They're not super hyper consistent. They're not able to push the wave really far. And if the Leona roams, the guys over at Glacial Charms are going to have a lot more benefits from doing that than leaving Seraphine alone. Like, that's going to happen. Right now, we're seeing a small skirmish in the bot lane, which should definitely end.
Might be overextended here, as he's going to get eaten up by this Tahm Kench almost surely. Might not even need it. Looks like he's just going to go down. Give the kill over to Angel, who will pick up some shutdown. So that's 3 kills for him now. Feeling really good on this fasting Senna, which is great because, you know, not a lot of money given to you through farm, but if you're able to pick up the kills, you've got 2 very fed members in the bot lane. Might have a huge engage here from Kraydog onto
but it's
Varus,
alone.
Well,
you're against an Ahri, so distance is not really something that you need to be concerned
Spirit
about.
Rush wasn't even up there, but it's the flash that's committed to that's able to get them the charm. We might see Glacial Charm looking for a huge extended engage here now, as we will have the Senna eaten up here by the Tahm Kench just to buy some time. Massive shields there that you get from that Devour. We're going to get a follow-up Abyssal Voyage into a double knockup, but I don't think this Kayn is ever going to die. He found his way into his Gore Drinker, and he's just ruining the backline there for Hyperion. Abandoned, going to look for something before he goes down inevitably. And it looks like Angel's just going to walk himself out. They were able to sort of peel this Kayn away from themselves. Yeah. But, you know, this is low mana here on the Leona, and it looks like Maokai's going to find himself back in. Flash
Angel
himself
is in
out
a really
immediately.
good position in this very moment.
Yeah, the Kayn goes down, so I don't know how much of a threat he's really under right now. Firefight does make his way over to the fight, so I think that's their cue to leave. But Angel, you know, turning the tides of the fight around, not dying, it's a huge deal.
The Rengar really wanted and got a really good kill on the Ahri, which gives him a lot of money. Hopefully, he will be able to do something with it. Kayn flat out ignored the Senna, and I'm pretty sure she took that really personally. Because Jesus.
Yeah, it's impressive actually how far behind the Kayn was in the early game, but still able to just cause some havoc in the backline.
No, but it's deceptively how far behind it was, because if you think about it, we actually saw him getting the form on time.
Yeah, that's true. He did get a lot of
behind. You're not able to achieve the form straight away. So,
and I think it was like level 7 is the earliest I saw him as Red Kayn, so that's, you know, pretty good. He's only 9 right now, so I don't know the exact timings of when he's exactly supposed to be at those forms, but even still, he's turned it around, and you're obviously very weak when you're not in that form, so making it to this point in the game and still finding some value
you can say you're not a champion yet.
Speaking of not really being a champion, how much value do you think this Varus has gotten so far in this game?
Right about now, close to nothing. The only value that he has gotten is related to a little bit of farm. He's behind. I'm pretty sure he's behind in gold production. Can we have like a little bit glimpse of the gold? These very moments.
I feel like you're right though. I mean, 4 kills to 1, and probably whatever plates were given as well.
Yeah,
it's just.
Yeah,
and I mean, like, what those champions could do at this point in the game too. It's much more in the court of Ahri to be able to find picks in this mid game before objectives like the dragon or anything like that. So I'm feeling good if I'm Elmo, but you know, maybe this Varus will turn it around, just like we've seen many other characters do.
There's a chance. Ahri didn't go Everfrost, so she's a little
TP flank. Wait a minute, hold up here. As actually Elmo v Pimp going to find his way. Used 2 ultimate charges already, but that's going to be a pretty huge engage here. The Sejuani finds her way as well. Dawning Shadow going to try and buy some time with the shield, but that might have just put Angel in a more dangerous position. He will get a lot of damage off, as this is a very dangerous Senna at this point in the game. Brief zoom in there actually, but it looks like this Kayn is going to find the execute onto Angel. He's going to heal himself up as well, so he is not going down. And we have the Varus able to pick up the 2nd kill of the game as well. This is a pretty scrappy fight at the end of the day. It looks like it's 2-2 so far, and we will walk away with some bruises, but no one able to pick up any clear victory. A flash from the Seraphine, a little greedy on Fleur de Lis, thinking that they can get a follow-up kill, but not going to happen.
Yeah, this is really insane. As you said, it's really scrappy fight. I love the build of Senna at this very moment. I really do like it.
Yeah, massive attack speed with the triple dagger here. Fleur de Lis has got the back. I don't know why he's still here. He's got 3 members defending this tower, and he's got no health and mana. You know, just don't don't let that Seraphine flash play actually work out the next time.
Yeah, they're starting to get the wards out of the brush. We're already seeing where the itemization for Tahm Kench is going towards. Hopefully, we'll be seeing pretty soon. The Maokai already gets the Scuttler, and well, we're seeing the Sejuani going back 3-1, 3-1-3 on the Sejuani. The big problem is right now is the Kayn. From not being a champion for the start of the game, now becomes a really strong contender for being one of the most annoying things that appears on
yeah. I believe the ultimate, the Umbral Trespass, if I'm remembering that correctly,
yeah,
buys him a lot of time, actually, when he's sitting on that Senna's head. And you can devour that Senna.
A lot of other stuff, like, he's able to just jump right in, and it doesn't matter if you CC him during the W cast. He is going to knock up anything on that red tackle in front of him.
Yeah, and he's going to heal himself up as he does it, so I actually kind of like this pick now that we've seen it get some value here.
Yeah.
This Seraphine that we saw kind of in like a weak side lane where we saw the Leona roam a lot, I think is finding just as much value as it did in the previous game where it had full prio and mid. As I'm going to hold that out, actually, as we have a big engage onto the Tahm Kench, who will have to use his Grey Help immediately. Looks like this Umbral Trespass will get him taken out immediately for Firefight to pick up the first kill of the fight. And this choke point that we're walking into here might be very beneficial for Glacial Charm. Let's see what they can do.
Okay.
Angel picks up a big auto that's going to sort of take them down. Abandon leading the charge, actually, as he will sort of weave his way through these bushes. I don't think he's going to wake his way back into the fight. But again, another 2 for 2. Do we stick around to see what happens here? Abandon says yes. He's going to go back in. Another hop. A lot of damage going down onto him. And it's Leona who picks up the shutdown. Another 1 for 1 in this super extended fight here. I don't think Fleur de Lis has the confidence when paired with just another marksman in Angel to just kind of walk up to these Ahri and Seraphine. So that will be the end of it.
Sleeping on the Angel. They are sleeping on the Senna 100%. They are not taking into account her because the carry is not going to be Rengar at this point. It's going to take a little while for him to actually get to that point. The one that you need to take care of at this very moment is definitely going to be the Senna, and they're not focusing her.
Yeah, we saw the last couple fights, right? The Kayn had taken her out. I mean, she's got 2 deaths, so she has gone down, obviously, a few times in these fights. But that time, it seemed like they used everything on the Tahm Kench right away, and he was able to sort of eat some of the cooldowns, no pun intended, and just live for not a long time, but enough time, so that way, you know, the rest of his team wasn't under too much of a threat.
Dude,
another minor engage here in the mid lane.
The position of Storm Daddy is absolutely insane. Like, he stays always in front of Senna, and when you're thinking that they're going to catch Senna with their pants down, dude, it saves her straight at that moment. It's insane, and the Kayn is going for the dead stance, which is going to make an already annoying champion even more annoying to deal with. But there's a lot of hope that they will be able to go over this. They're not so far behind in gold. Hyperion is staying there, which is it's really admirable how they're able to do everything. The Rengar is going for the Titanic Hydra, and surprise! I never asked you what was the item, the mythic item for Varus, because if you would have asked me, I would have never answered Riftmaker.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. You know, with a lot of traditional other poke mages, you would think Liandry's. Or maybe he's trying to go for some burst in Ludens. But Riftmaker, if it is a long extended fight, which it seems like they have the composition for, I don't hate it. It's just maybe not the first thing that would have come to mind. Yeah. But it will be coming in second here, so we'll see how much value that gets.
And that tree is looking really thick, though. Like, 1-3-12. 12 assists already stacked Tear of the Goddess, like...
Yeah, that's perfect KP. That's going to be a flubbed engage, actually, from the side of Glacial Charm here in the mid lane.
Like they missed everything. And we also have to say Hyperion dodged really well, but overall...
Yeah. They get the mid tower, you know, so they can act like they want to fight, but they'll pick up any kills for it. And looks like Hyperion might be able to feel a little confident as they position themselves in the mid lane. They said, we know you just used some engage tools, so we're going to face check with our Tahm Kench and then immediately regret it. So maybe not the best decision making. As now that Glacial Charm have this man advantage, seems like we have an on my way ping toward the Baron.
Yeah. Another thing, production, can we see really quick how many Angel's doing on the stacking for Senna? Pretty please.
Yeah, 23 minutes, right? This is
102.
Yeah, this is already higher than what we saw in the last game. Now
yeah, last game we saw Senna. 27 minutes. It was 80, 80, 70, something like that. And this fasting Senna went for 100.
Yeah, let's see if this 100 stacks can do anything in this fight, though, as the Umbral Trespass again onto the Senna in the backline. This Kayn is alone, but it doesn't matter. He's got the healing, it looks like. The peel is there from the teammate, so absolutely essential to keeping this Senna alive.
If that W landed on Ahri, that was a dead Ahri. 100%.
Yeah, no, and that could have turned the tides completely, and it would have made it, you know, that overextension even more of a punish from Hyperion. Yeah. I don't think Hyperion are out of this. I actually feel pretty good about it, considering they have the more conventional composition.
Yeah, right now, gold-wise, they are on equal terms. Turret-wise, the guys over at Glacial Charms are winning. But overall, I think there's a chance. There's still a chance for Hyperion to bounce back and get the leads that they are known for getting. But it's really hard against a team that has so many interrupts.
Yeah.
And this Rengar build is built upon essentially losing lane. Essentially not being able to get all the resources that Rengar needs for him to carry from the top lane.
I really think it's admirable from Hyperion here to go even in all of these fights when they are the one that is clearly being engaged on. We see the Leona ultimate, the Encore, right? Ahri is able to Spirit Rush away and find some unique charms. And then Hyperion kind of just eats them to the face and says, okay, we'll take what you're throwing at us and we'll handle it and get 2 or 3 kills back ourselves. I feel like the past 3 fights all in a row have been even in terms of kill score. So Hyperion, even though they're not necessarily the one making the decisions this match in terms of when those fights start, are standing toe-to-toe with Glacial Charm.
Something that I like is that I just figured it out that I don't understand why we didn't say it on the, how do you say this? That we didn't talk about it when we were saying the draft. They have essentially the same composition, like 1-to-1. They have 1 hard engager, which is the form of Sejuani and Maokai. You have 1 assassin that is the one that goes to the backline, which is Rengar and Kayn. You have 1 control style of character, which is Varus and Ahri. You have 1 DPS mid-range kind of character that has like an ult that's definitely the fun matches, which is
we're missing a little bit of a fight, it seems, here, as the Encore I saw shoot out from the bottom of the screen. That's a free Baron, by the way, for the side of Hyperion. I had to make sure I was looking at that right. They kind of snuck that one under the noses of Glacial Charm, so they're able to get away with no deaths. And actually a few ultimates, or at least just the Encore from the Seraphine. Not bad. Way to play the advantage there. That's exact opposite of what they did in the last game. They were allergic to the Baron in game 1. So I'm surprised to see that they make such a risky play this game and have it work for them.
Maybe this is what they need. That this is the extra oomph that they need to just go in and try to do a disaster on top of them.
Yeah, and I mean, look at
the Varus is in a really awkward position in this very moment. We're seeing the ultimate.
He's gonna get stunned immediately. Dawning Shadows get so much value already here at the start of the fight, and that is already a dead firefight in the middle. Kayn is gonna go in and try to get a massive amount of healing from his War Drinker. Let's see, he's back at full health essentially, but the Varus actually getting plenty of autos in this fight. This is the first time I've seen him really get tons of value in a fight himself. Will he be able to pick up a final kill? The Flash is gonna say no, actually. At the end of the day, it is a 2 for 2 again, so just like we've been saying, these engages come on in and it's an even fight every time. They lose 2 Barons.
Only Angel.
Oh, I saw the another thing that I thought was a death timer. Another Encore goes wide, but not bad. You'll take a 2 for 1. You hate to lose Angel, because obviously having as many Barons as possible is great. Dragon's still alive.
Really good, but Harry, look at the Rengar, already 250 gold on 200, just 200 on Bounty and 300 on the Varus. The underdogs of this match that were kind of behind when it came to gold suddenly are really back into the game, and I really do like seeing that. We're seeing the next Drake right now. I'm pretty sure they want to fight this because the king just spawned, but it's kind of risky. Actually.
Everyone's here now, so this is just, again, another even fight. The Sejuani ultimate's going to go in a field goal position right between the middle of the team. And do they focus the dragon, or do they focus the team fight? It looks like the Kayn will be able to pick up the dragon, and maybe the rest of the team fight as well. Abandon's going to walk himself out of here, and we're missing the rest of the fight, but it doesn't matter. Maybe that's for good reason, because Abandon doesn't want to look at it either. His whole team is going down. That Baron might have been for nothing. They're going to get aced here. This is a 5-0 fight in the favor of Glacial Charm. Huge advantage.
That's 100%. That's an inhibitor. Like there's no way of thinking it on the other side. They were essentially they were initially in a really good position, but they didn't account for Kayn just doing whatever he does that makes him go from the base to the dragon pit in 0.5 seconds. So that was a mistake.
I don't know if they expected him to be there right at that moment in time, but either way, he was, and he really not only picked up the dragon, but I think caused a lot of problems for the backline. Angel was 6-2 not too long ago. He's 6-4 now. Hasn't been able to pick up as many kills as he has deaths in, I guess, the past 5 minutes or so. Feels like these fights aren't going his way. I don't know if he's got the peel that he needs against that Kayn.
No, because he's the mirror of Rengar. What happens is that when he goes in, everyone just turns back and tries to kill him, and his team is not following up on Kayn because Rengar is doing the same. Rengar is on top of their team and goes out. The thing is that Rengar has a little bit of can get out a little bit easier due to the movement speed buffs of the empowered abilities, but and the empowered W. But yeah, it's kind of hard for them to respond and follow up to Kayn's thing. If they're able to eliminate Rengar really quick, Kayn is going to have all the follow-up he needs. But at this very moment, it's hard.
Yeah, I think it should be pretty straightforward now for the side of Glacial Charm. If they can just recreate that fight to break the base. You called out that would be an inhibitor. And I think it could have been as well. I think if they all focused, one particular lane, there's no way Abandon, being the only player alive,
they don't want
could
to
have defended that.
They don't want to grid this. That's something that I can go and respect about them, because they are in a really good position against a team that has shown that they can bounce back from the minimal mistake.
Yes, definitely. And I think both of these teams actually are capable of that. There's a lot of grit between these two teams throughout the regular season and in playoffs. So, it's a reason we have 5 games in the series, because we know it's going to take a while for them to really prove who is going to come out on top in this long extended battle. Might have a pick here onto Abandon. I don't know if he's going to be able to get away from this one. Will have that mini cleanse that he's able to utilize. Umbral Trespass keeps the Kayn on top of him. Oh, Malbordius actually gets a bit of value as well. Huge Encore is actually going to lead to another rooted up member of Hyperion. That's going to be the Tahm Kench going down. Maokai might suffer the same fate as well, as he's going to face an unstoppable amount of CC. The Zanyas from the Ahri just keep her safe from taking another tower shot. And again, nobody has died here on the side of Glacial Charm. They can keep up this push if they want. They've got Baron in 30 seconds and Ocean Drake in 1:45. Let's see what they do now with this advantage they've created for themselves.
Yeah, it's alarming. The fact that they are having this much trouble. I think the Kayn engages are starting to be really good. He's going for the Spirit Visage, so again, we're keeping a character that is really annoying to deal with, even more annoying. And nobody on the side of Hyperion has decided to build Grievous Wounds outside from Tahm Kench, which is also alarming. They are having problems. They don't have penetration at the same time. Rengar doesn't have a Black Lever yet, or Lord Dominic's regards. There is a huge problem when it comes to itemization, and they're not able to cut through those tanks unless they miss everything, and you cannot count on that.
Yeah, And I think you're right. They don't have the damage, it looks like. I don't know if this Varus is able to keep up.
They have the damage. They don't have the penetration. They don't have the lethality to cut through the tanks. And that's a huge deal, especially when you have a team which is composition. Okay, just punish.
Angel's got the damage, it might seem like. He's actually going to flash forward. He's going to get the ultimate out of the Ahri, and I think that was kind of maybe a misplay. You kind of have to know for certain that the Ahri has ult, right? I don't know if your flash is worth it.
Out of there, and now we're seeing the Rengar going on top of the Seraphine. And that's
I mean, I guess if you pounce immediately, it is going to make it worth it. So maybe Angel has a bigger brain than I do. I wouldn't be surprised. It's not very hard.
I really need to see how many souls does Senna have in this very moment. Because the amount of damage that he did, and
I was thinking 150 about, so 146 is pretty nuts. It's going to be another one there from the Dragon, another 2 actually. And Baron's up. I mean, we've still got 20 seconds-ish on both these bot laners for the side of Glacial Charm. Is Hyperion going to turn this around and get a Baron? This will be their second Baron of the game.
Before that, if you don't focus Senna, that if they start ignoring Senna, things are going to go very south for them. Well, multiply that by 3.
It's looking rough, and I mean, Senna... We've been waiting for her to sort of pop off again, right? She's doing really good in the early kind of mid-game now. We're at 34 minutes. Is this her chance when she's at about 150 snaps?
Rengar is going to take him out of the wall. And, well...
Good, yeah. They stick on the Baron. They kind of fake commit that they're going to turn it onto, like one of the members of Glacial Charm. But no, they just continue. They kill the Baron. They don't throw it or anything. That's really incredible, actually, that they're turning this around because they just got aced, it felt like, 2 times in a row. And they're just as back in this as they were 10 minutes ago.
The Rengar burned the Ahri's ultimate, which is fantastic. And, well, now it's anyone's game. Now we're seeing the last Whisper on the Senna, which is going to be really important. We're seeing the Mikhail's Blessing on the Tahm Kench, a really forgotten item that nobody wants to build, but it can do wonders in specific scenarios. Like, overall, Senna is weaponized to be a monster, but you still need the Black Cleaver on Rengar. You need it. It's 100. Now it's mandatory. And now the Varus also has a lot of damage because he's already rocking the Rabadons and the Reefmaker.
Yeah, just finished that death cap on that last recall. Excuse me, after they finished the Baron. So maybe that will be a big spike in power for him. And again, I think the Mikhails that you mentioned, the Crucible, the Cleanse that they're able to use, is just more insurance for Angel. I mean, the Devour is obviously enough, but you can't really put out damage when you're inside the belly of the beast. So, having that kind of ranged CC removal from the Mikhails could be a huge deal, right? Something like Glacial Prism could absolutely ruin the fight.
To Rengar, what better thing than Death Stance? Right now, in this very moment, is anyone's game. Even though the score may not say that, everything else really shows that it's anyone's game at this very moment.
Yeah,
One mistake on the side of Glacial Charm will mean the end of Game 2.
This is where we saw the final fight from Game 1, is about this position on the map here, and we're on the same sides of the map for both teams here. Varus actually gets some good damage now that he's completed that Rabadon, so I am excited to see him getting some, poke damage out of a champion with such long range. Let's see if they get another engage here. They still got Baron for a while, so I think they should be feeling pretty good to continue the siege. They've got more range in this composition than they did in the Game 1 draft.
There's a chance. If they are able to snipe the Senna, they're golden. Yeah,
but look where Tahm Kench is standing right next to her by her side, right? Camera going a little wild right now as we might actually have an engage in the mid lane. I'm going to try and commentate based off of what I see on the minimap. Seems like no health bars are really going down right now. There's the solar flare from the Leona, so that is a bit of an engage. We can't see the fight, it seems like, but we're going to go back eventually. No one has gone down.
Yeah. We didn't miss anything. All the spells are exactly the way they used to be. Don't worry, people. That things happens. Those are the nerves of the match.
I like to think that everyone else's camera went up to that corner as well, and that's why, we threw out a bit of a panic ultimate, maybe from the Leona.
They could have gotten that tower. Okay, like no cap. They could have gotten that tower because at this very moment, that Varus is throwing essentially logs, like full-on tree trunks with that thing.
So that siege will come to an end. We have another dragon coming up in a minute now, and this could be Soul here for Hyperion. Ocean Soul, you know, you can think what you like about it. I know some people have very different opinions about all the different types of souls, but
Ocean Soul to me is one of the best because it legit gives you something that straight up works on any champion, like additional health and health regen is a godsend to a lot of things. The ones that are always you could say controversial talking about is always going to be the Mountain Drake and the Wing Drake. The Wing Drake, because not everyone wants movement speed when they're ulting. Like they like the cooldown ultimate, so it's the one that is considered the least bad. But
yeah,
it's not as good. And suddenly you also have the Mountain Drake, which is considered the worst.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of heal cut on the side from Glacial Charm, so this Ocean Soul could be a big problem. Let's see if we even get to an Ocean Soul, though, because we're just going to engage as soon as we can here. Abandon going to leap himself into the front line, actually, and be a bit of a meat shield for his team. Looks like we have an Umbral Trespass and Devour as well, and we are taking this front to back as long as we can, as straightforward as possible. Keep your eyes on Angel as he's still alive and at full health. Varus actually going to put out just as much damage, so maybe he's the carry all along. It will be a triple kill for him, and is this going to be a penta, actually, as we're slowly chipping away at everyone. It looks like 2 Girls, 1 Bush is going to go golden, so he's going to buy some time. It will not be a quadra, so definitely no penta for the Varus. But that is a big fight victory for Hyperion. They're going to pick up Soul and probably this bot inner tower from what I'm seeing.
Amazing timing from the cooldowns of Rengar. He was able to cleanse, heal out, use the full extent of everything to just do a lot of damage. And that was pretty much it. They didn't want the Rengar on top of them, and he did its best to just be an annoyance over them. The Kayn was eliminated really quick. The Sejuani was eliminated really quick as well.
Yeah.
So, we're seeing the Senna? Okay.
Look at the range of those autos. There's got to be so many souls on her right now.
Now, that thing is a cannon.
Definitely. I mean, it looks like she's going to stay. She's going to get charmed, actually. Oh my god, the damage from that Ahri. Glacial Prism is just icing on the cake as well. So a bit of an overextension. Look at this TP flank, by the way. This is one of the shortest TPs I've ever seen, but it looks like they just need it for the flank. It looks like Varus is going to go down for sure. What are they going to get off of this, though? Because it looks like Baron's on up for 15 seconds. That might give them enough time to respawn and set up some positioning there. But can they take this down in time and set up the vision? I think they can. I think it's possible. They committed a lot to it, so hopefully they find something with that play they just made.
Yeah, there's a lot to look into it. There's a chance for them to take the Baron, which is going to be to put Hyperion in a really iffy situation, because they will not. If they were only able to fight that with the skin of their teeth, right now it's a little bit slower.
Yeah, I think Angel's got to be a bit frustrated right now. You know, getting picked off in the bot lane right there kind of just ensured that Glacial Charm were able to pick up this Baron. And that's going to make this game a bit longer than it might have needed to be, right? They could have just taken their inner tower and walked away with their soul. But that's not going to be the case now. That is Baron for Glacial Charm. They're going to siege up at some point here. And they will be able to get a lot of prio in the coming minutes with that Baron, and maybe even set up vision for Elder, which I'm assuming is what's going to be our final fight of the game.
Again, that Ahri is just disgusting on how she's built. And if she wants to go for a little bit of safer route, she could at any moment flat out sell the Liandry's and go for an Everfrost. And that thing would add a bit of utility as well. Yeah.
And I think there's a bit of a loss in value when you combine 2 Liandry's on one team. I don't think the burns stack. So
no, it stacks. It used to not be that way, but right now it does.
Okay, alright, then I don't hate it. I think that's fine. We might have a pick here onto the Sejuani. It's not always the easiest thing to pick off a tank right away, but it looks like Fleur de Lis's got the damage. Kayn, let's see if he can survive this, though. He's going to need the healing real bad. He will be able to find it with the Gore Drinker and Umbral Trespass, so he is going to make his way out. Looks like just fine. Can he sustain the damage as well? He's practically at full health. Keep your eyes on Angel, though. Remember, in the backline, Tom Kinch right on top of her to keep her safe. A lot of damage from all these autos, tons of range as well, but it looks like she will get charmed up over on the right-hand side of your screen and taken down, so this is all about Elmo right now. He is 14-1. He's just going to pick up everything he can here in this fight. This might be the game, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Abandon is the last member alive. He will pick it. A 2-for-1, or excuse me, a 2-against-1 here, and he's just jumping back and forth as much as he can. Can he take down this Ahri?
Holy crap, he's doing it!
Is he doing
Dylan, he's starting to believe!
He's got Mount Mortius as well, remember, so if this Ahri decides that she wants to burst him down, he will have that bit of a magic shield. He's going back in 2v1 right now.
Oh, no.
Is this Troll? Maybe.
What?
He's got a ton of healing. Look at this health bar of his. Kane ultimate back up again already. And does he have the cooldowns? Remember, this is Ocean Soul for him right now. That's why he's able to live for so long. Will eventually go down. My lord.
But yeah, 1 second. Varus is already out. He made the time.
So I think Abandon knew that he was never going to win that. But look how much time he bought for his team. He just prevented the game from ending.
He really thought Rengar mains take another Rengar main to actually.
Oh no, Fleur de Lis is just going to get ulted on right away, and he's just going to go down. It seems like the rest of his team is up in time, though, to save him.
Hold on! Oof.
Oh no, okay, so Angel does have the range. He's going to be able to pick up this one as well. And this is just throw after throw after throw here, ladies and gentlemen.
Angel has more range than that freaking Caitlyn. Ulting!
Yeah, this is nuts. Okay, so that's 2 major death timers on Elmo B. Pimpin', which, by the way, was a major shutdown, as well as the Kane, who I believe had one as well. You got to be scratching your head a little bit right now if you're a spectator, because what are these overextensions we're seeing from both of these teams, right? You did not need to dive that inhibitor tower if you're Glacial Charm. Now you're missing some members for this fight here. We do still have 2 members down for both teams, so it's a 3v3.
20 seconds on Ari and 24 on Kane. And look, she's just rushing her. Straight up.
There's an Encore. That looks like it's going to be a 3-man, actually. And Angel is in a lot of trouble right now. He's going to have to get devoured. But he is the only one that can be doing this damage right now. He makes his way into the back, and so he is safe from any further CC. Looking for as many autos as possible, but this Sejuani is so hard to cut through.
Absolutely sandbagging the Sejuani. And okay, she went for the Rengar went for the Cam Sword, and we're seeing the Senna went and sold something. I don't remember what right about now for the Maw of Memorials.
Look how much heal cut we have now on the side of Glacial Charm as well. I could spot 3 new items that provide some healing reduction on those members of the team. So once they notice that they're against Ocean Soul, makes perfect sense to start picking that up. Elder in less than 1 minute. Surely this is the last fight of the game, right? We're at 45 minutes here in Game 2. We keep having these overextensions, right? We keep trying to take some inhibitors. No inhibitors have been cracked at any point in this game, by the way. As you can see, all the towers are still alive. We haven't even made it to the inhibitors yet. So hopefully Elder just kind of indicates where we're going with there. Angel has to blow his flash, though. That's actually a massive deal right now.
Remember where at 10 minutes a long time ago, I told you that any mistakes is going to mean the end of the game? Well, apparently I lied to you.
Yeah, we are making it really late. This might be our latest game of the season, it feels like. Yeah. Or at least one that I've casted, so... kind of unsure how we're navigating this super late game territory. Both these teams really on the edge of their seat.
I don't know how this is going to play out, but now I'm saying it 100%. Any mistake is going to mean the end of the game.
Yeah, and it looks like I can't even tell if this is an engage or we're just poking, but it looks like we will commit the Sejuani ult. As well as Leona, they're pressing their go buttons and they think that this is time. Looks like the Maokai will go down. He was the first to fall, and this is now a 4v5 easily. Big route there from the side of Hyperion to sort of buy themselves a little bit of time. But at what cost? They're just going to lose this Elder.
Yeah, they are in a really good position. The guys are Glacial Charm.
What do they do? Right, this is Elder absolutely easily.
Are their base racing? No.
Right? I mean, they don't have Baron for 20 more seconds, so by the time they wait for Baron to spawn, it looks like Glacial Charm would just make their way over there. I think this is Glacial Charm. I think they've done it.
Well, they could push. Well, Sejuani has the TP, but
yeah,
if we get that, if Rengar gets the tower really fast, because he should be, he's flat out cutting it.
Okay, so the Sejuani TPing just in case that the Rengar overextends. It looks like now, we have the easiest Baron in our existence. There's no way you get anywhere near this Glacial Charm composition because they have Elder, right? And they already have been the ones engaging every single fight so far this game. So walking anywhere near them is just kind of a death sentence. So I think if you're Hyperion, you just kind of hunker down and pray.
There's a chance, but I wouldn't get...
Okay. Yeah, not going to come out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at 48 minutes just about, we have our, 4th Baron of the game, it feels like. We're going to push down mid, it seems, and we're going to see how we can finish this game in less than an hour.
Already 220 stacks on Senna, dude. This is insanity.
Yeah, I mean, when one of these teams has an infinite scaler, I guess you kind of don't mind the game going as long as possible. but I am getting suspicious now that this is the end, right? I've been calling it, I think, every fight we've had for the past, like, 10 minutes or so. I kind of believe it this time, right? I don't want to come across as a false prophet who keeps screaming doomsday, but this seems like this will be it. This is Elder here, ladies and gentlemen.
This is not looking really bright, and once again, we never saw the assistance on penetration for both sides. Finally, finally, Varus has access to the Void Staff, but this last push could mean absolute end.
Mean disaster. Yeah, we're going to get onto the Nexus Towers before we even see an engage. Remember, Elder and Baron, they don't have Soul, so it's not like they have Exodia or anything. But still, what do we have here? Are we going to buy time, or are we just going to commit? Abandon's going to go in, think that maybe they can pop this Kayn, and they actually will. So that's a shutdown for Abandon. This is now a 5v4. Is that an even fight when the other team has Elder? They're going to back away.
I don't think they will be able to push that. They don't have Sejuani ult. They can't. They have Encore though, so there's a chance, but this is not looking really hard for Glacial Charm if they keep missing everything.
This is unreal. There's the Encore, and it's going to hit 2, right? Are they able to burst these people down? All you need is a bit more damage when you have Elder, but I don't think they have that damage without the Kayn, right? There's no one in the background to really throw up some disturbances. It's another kill for the side of Hyperion, and they just defended a Baron Elder push.
How?
I can't understand how this game is going this long. Both these teams are just so good at the defense.
And Elder is gone, dude.
That's incredible.
No, dude. This is not... This... If this happens...
Don't tell me that Elmo goes down,
I'm going to be so...
Look at that center range. There it is. I think this is... He's actually going to dodge the charm, too. Leona's going to try and be a hero and save herself. Did Hyperion just win the game?
No.
They're pushing down, right? They have no more Elder, right? It's not like they just auto-win a fight.
Kayn is alive.
Okay. There's another Encore, so that's a huge deal. Abandon just barely going to live. We're going to go golden in our base here. Is Elmo, so he's going to buy some time for himself. This Tahm Kench... I'm sorry, that's not even Tahm Kench, that's Maokai. I just see a beefy health bar, and I immediately think it's him. They take down the Inhibitor Tower. They will take down the King
They killed Kayn again!
That's 70 seconds. It's more than a minute death timer. I almost just want to watch. I don't even want to commentate. I can't believe what's happening before my eyes. 50 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Angel's going to pick up his 9th kill of the game. They've turned this around. It's unreal what I'm seeing right now. There's
one
only
mistake. I told you there was
alive.
going to be one mistake. Kayn overextended on the 2 towers. Sejuani was tanking I don't know how many towers. Look.
I just need to clear this bin. Just look how much damage the Senna does. He's going to flash forward. Nexus put down. No more Nexus. That's game. I can't believe it.
Dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, Game 2 is going to go to Hyperion of our Conqueror League Grand Finals. It is 2-0 in our series right now after a 51-minute slobber knocker. Are you kidding me?
Dude, it's over.
Oh my god. I want to cry.
This was the most back and forth thing that I've seen. Okay, first of all, I really need to go to the bathroom. Because we were here 51 minutes.
Oh, I'm like crying, laughing right now.
And then we will be back to... We will be talking over what happened in the match. Then we will have a small break. We will come back for the draft and directly into match 3. See you guys then.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for Game 3. It is game point for Hyperion after a massive comeback in Game 2. It is ITI Romeo. I'm going to be replacing Dylan. He is off to bed. With me, of course, Stefu.
Yeah, here I am, my friend.
How did you feel about that last matchup? I thought Glacial was going to have it in that final push, but it was a little bit of a throw.
Near, I was in disbelief. They were so close, but they missed everything. Everything. Like anything that you would have thought that they were able to land some of the most insane charms, amazing solar flares, insane Winter's Wrath. The skill shots that were thought impossible, they missed everything in that when they were under the towers of the Nexus.
Oh,
everything. Like even the basic attacks from Seraphine were missed.
But I mean, also, after last week, we seen Hyperion come back down 2-0 to make it to this series with a reverse sweep. I've been saying they're the comeback kings since last week. And after that game, I don't think anyone can deny that fact. It doesn't matter how far down they are. They find a way, whether it's the series or the game, to bring it back. It's insane. And I think that being said, Glacial banning Senna, do you think that is a strategic ban, or do you think that's just we don't want to see her in here
It's
again?
a spite ban. It's flat out spite. They've lost too much with them using Senna, and they don't want to do anything with Kayn anymore. And they left the sack open again, which is... Sack was a beast on Hyperion side in the first game. So, yeah, K-Peeps can do massive work on Sack. And, of course, Hyperion wouldn't be Hyperion if they didn't grab at least one Rengar game.
And, of course, we're going to get a Poppy pickup from Glacial.
Yeah. Poppy is an amazing pick overall. I really like the character in general. It's one of those characters that can do a lot in many scenarios, and it works really well against a sack. Also, it's a flex pick. Could bite out top and jungle. So, yeah. Now, of course, they already have the jungle. They want to see what the top laner is going to be like. We're seeing the Sivir. Also, this could be a preemptive pick towards a Rengar. Like a straight Rengar pick could also be there.
Of course, I want to point out, last time I feel like a major problem GC had with their draft is it was so reliant on Sivir being ahead. And she was like the majority of the damage. I think that's something that needs to change for this draft. Having so much pressure on your ADC to carry that game makes it hard to close out in mid-game. Makes it hard to close out before she has 4 or 5 items on her. And by that time, Senna, of course, was already scaled. So if she doesn't win lane, it's just kind of doomed.
We're seeing the Lulu Jinx, which is a dreadful combination against anyone. Like you don't want to be again on the opposite side of a Jinx Lulu.
Of course not. But I mean, it's looking like bot's cracking up to be a fairly safe lane between the Jinx and the Sivir.
Yeah,
we could see maybe an Enchanter support on the side of Glacial just to really make that lane hard scaling for when we get into the team fights.
Yeah,
I think team fights is definitely something Hyperion, however, lately has excelled at once they've cleared out their lanes. So
absolutely. There's a thing that they've been doing really well. We just got spoiled about everything, but this is looking like a pretty hype match in general. We'll see pretty soon. League of Legends is such a fun client because it forces you to watch the full loading screen without allowing you to go out. But we're seeing the Rakan as support, and GC is getting rid of the Olaf. They don't want to see Abandon's Olaf anymore. We saw it on, I think it was 2-3 weeks ago, and he did destruction on the top lane. Like there was a point where there were 4 people going, one after the other, and he was like sending them home. Straight up. And we're seeing the Victor ban. Victor is a really annoying mid laner, very control heavy, and can do a lot of work.
Olaf can be a terrifying champion, especially when you draft around your ADC. That man can just run through your entire team straight to your ADC and just slower with the axes, and it's just done for.
Again, the Seraph ban on the side of GC, they don't want Fleur de Lis to have the Seraph. That's absolutely insanity. And finally, let's see the final ban, which is going to be drum roll.
The last ban, possibly the last ban of the finals if Hyperion picks it up.
Let's see. And it's going to be Ornn. Thank you, Abandon, once again for taking away that boring ass champ from the
come on, you don't want 2 tops in the middle in the top lane, or sorry, 2 tanks in the top lane, 2 scaling ADCs in the bot lane, and us just watch mid.
No. I would rather watch paint dry.
Oh, come on.
It would be way more exciting. I hate Ornn. It's such a boring lane.
It's better than MF.
No.
MF
so we're seeing the Talia jungle. I think it's okay. It's a weird spot. It could also be Talia mid.
Yeah, they could flex it mid. They could also be flexing Poppy into the jungle here if they don't want to go Poppy top. They do have a decent flex draft to get the better matchups over Hyperion here.
Well, let's see everything right now. It's going to be defined. There's a what-if scenario on 3 fronts. Flordelis is going for the 6. His 6 on the first game was pretty solid. It was one of those picks that he's safe the whole time, but he's doing all the job. And this is what I started talking about with Dylan, which is going to be the pseudo roams, which he just goes to the middle of the river, ult, and goes back to lane.
Yeah.
Regardless of what happens. And the gangplank. Okay. Wait. Science set. Gangplank.
Oh, is it gonna be? It's gonna be a hard scaling top lane.
Yeah. We're seeing a bunch of scaling. This is not something that I'm having fun with. Because scale means 35 minutes in a match.
I do feel like, though, Hyperion has a good strategy with how well they are able to play from behind, picking these scaling champions. They're very good at making the matches go long enough for their team to have scaled. They also have Ziggs mid who can easily maintain prio. So I feel like mid's going to be the main area to watch early into this game.
And it's going to be Kled top.
Oh, yeah.
I like it. I like it on Glacial Charm. It's good. Okay, so you have the Talia, Control Mage, Distance, can do really good roams with the wall. You have Kled, really good presence, amazing engage potential, alongside with Sivir and Poppy. Poppy gets benefited by both of them, meaning that it's going to be really hard to gauge. And Rakan is fantastic. But on the side of Hyperion, you have Gangplank, amazing disengage, really good damage, global potential around the map. You have Stack, amazing early game ganking. So if he gets his team ahead, it's going to be insanity. And you have Jinx and Lulu that have a lot of disengage potential and a lot of damage to come back from a sticky situation. But we're in. Let's go. Production.
And here we are on the Rift. Game 3, possibly the end for the finals. Will Hyperion be able to take it home, or can Glacial be able to keep the series alive for another match? Yeah. What are your thoughts? Do you have any predictions heading into this game right now?
Everything that we've said before has been absolutely contrary to what we've expected in every single match. In every single match. So in this very moment, we're seeing a lot of focus on the mid lane. I'm pretty sure that a little fun interaction between both mid laners. This is really cool. This is really sportsmanlike.
I am so sorry. My Discord happened to crash there.
Look at this. You really need to come back and look at this. They are having a really cool heart-to-heart. This is like when boxers go to the middle of the ring and touch gloves. That's what it feels like. It's a really gentleman's kind of thing. I really do like it. They're doing really cool. Okay, so we're seeing. Okay, so we have the Rakan. I don't know how this is going to play out. This is something that I find pretty amazing.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Zach starting red, Poppy starting blue. They're both going to be pathing towards the top side in the Kled and GP matchup. Who do you think wins the 2v2? Should we see that actually occur?
It's too safe for both sides, but if they're picked out of position, definitely Sivir Rakan. they have this thing about damage and healing that they're able to do on a really hard engage in the bot lane, which is something that Lulu cannot match from the get-go.
And we're just getting some slight poke on this favor of Angel and Hyperion. Looking like they're kind of chunking down that Sivir pretty early on here. A little bit more poke damage than I'd actually be comfortable dealing with. They're going to get the level 2 first, looking for a little bit of an engage, force them off some of the CS here.
Yeah. They're wanting them to start from experience as much as they can from the early game, which is not going to be really important unless they have like a lot of kill pressure, which is not going to be the case straight away. The match that interests me the most is going to be Kled Gangplank, because Gangplank needs to play a lot of aggressive, but at the same time he needs to be like pretty spot on how he fights, because a Gangplank that is behind is not a really fun Gangplank.
And it looked like Poppy was going to look for something mid there. Taliyah pretty low health, though. And I think Zig's a good champ both for pushing the wave and being able to farm from quite a bit away, man.
I remembered something.
What's that?
Okay, do you remember the buff that they added to the mid-scope of Taliyah? The one that right now when a character dashes on the stones on the floor gets stunned, right?
Yeah.
Poppy displaces them.
Oh,
she can trigger the floor.
Oh, that could be huge.
Yeah.
Of course, it looks like Zach's looking for a little bit of a counter gank here. He's going to try to dive onto the Taliyah. Unfortunately, misses the Q. And I don't think much is going to happen here. He, of course, burning his flash there.
That was a needed flash. That was a really needed flash.
It was. Taliyah also burnt her flash onto when he jumped in there.
So Romeo, while we're waiting for Poppy to go down in the bot lane, which is definitely what is going to happen, when did you start playing this game?
I started playing this game at the end of Season 10. I think I have a few matches in Season 9, but... Oh, wait. Recon, getting the knock up here. Poppy gonna go around the corner of the polymorph. Gonna absolutely save Jinx there. That polymorph was pretty vital, and it... Oh! Poppy charging back in. I don't think much is gonna happen here, but definitely some chunk damage on Jinx. Jinx really focusing down the Poppy, but ultimately not a whole lot gonna come of it. And that's the thing. It's really hard to gank any lane that has a Lulu in it. The polymorph is just so strong.
They did really well. Right now, bot lane is in a really equal position. So right now, so you're essentially still a new player, because you've only been here like what 2-3 years max on League.
I played end of Season 10, like the second half of Season 10, second half of Season 11, and then this is my first full season of the game.
Okay.
So I am pretty new. That's why I'm kind of slowly writing all the champion abilities on a notepad for when we get to these team fights.
Well, imagine Dylan and I. Dylan is from Season 5, and I'm from Season 4.
Oh my god, you guys are grandparents. Listen, anyone who played in a season that isn't double-digit, I want everyone in the chat to know you are all grandparents. Grandfathers, grandmothers. You guys are probably playing this game longer than I've been alive, okay?
Yeah, the game is like... And it has changed so much. You didn't see the horrible original map, the original Drake.
Oh, I have.
Dude.
I watch getting the casting stuff, League of documentary and all that.
Okay.
So I've seen all this old stuff.
Dude, it's so funny to go back and see the original map. Like, I have friends that have been here from Season 1, and you see the Twisted Fate with the Doritos feet, the pointy triangular feet. It was like, dude. The original, the original Gangplank, but not the Gangplank that you're thinking of. The original
like Gangplank before he got shot and disabled.
No, even more. Like there was an OG one, so we're seeing it.
Oh, we're charging in here on the Kled. We're gonna be able to hit the bear trap on a rope, and Poppy, of course, charging in. They're focusing him down. The flash from Kled gonna get the first blood onto Gangplank with Zach here for the cleanup charge, and he's able to take down Firefight. And it's going to be an even 1-for-1 split. Of course, a little bit better for Firefight with it being first blood, but a beautiful cleanup from Zach. What does Kled getting the kill and Zach getting the kill mean for top lane here?
Gangplank is a character that can play from behind kind of safely. Remember, what he cares about is the money. So that's pretty much it when it comes to when it comes to Gangplank in general. Zach getting the kill, however, has been demonstrated to be really, really good, and the kill control that they
right there, as the camera pans over, we get to see the Super Mega Death Bomb from Ziggs onto Talia to finish her off there. And now Ziggs going to be up 1-0 in the mid lane. Similar CS value, so Ziggs going to have a little bit of a gold gap over Elmo once he backs here. And I'll let you get into...
Romeo, I love how you're saying the names of the abilities. So right now, I'm going to screw you up for the rest of the night, okay?
Okay, I know it's not called the Super Mega Death Bomb.
Is it a bear trap on a rope or a rope trap on a bear?
Oh, I hate you. I hate you. No, it is a bear trap on a rope.
Are you sure?
I am sure. I'm positive. I was actually reading it from the fandom wiki. And speaking of bear trap on the rope, he's going to pull it out here. With the pickaxe damage, you can just see how much Abandon's getting chunked off. Such a short trade.
Yeah, Abandon is like... He's one of the strongest links of the match. But last match, he was camped as shit. And you're seeing right now, look at top lane in this very moment. He's about to be roped up on a bear.
And there is 4. He is the prey on the rope this time. And he's going to go down quick and hard. And they're all going to walk right out. What? A lot of resources wasted on that dive?
Not necessarily. And I'll tell you why. They are not losing advantage on their individual lanes. And the reason for that is because... the reason for that happens that in the bot lane, you have Jinx Lulu's. Jinx Lulu will not be able to dive a level 6 sim, straight up. And on the mid lane, even though 6 is definitely a problem on the mid lane, but you're seeing that.
Oh, and here comes the charge in onto Ziggs. Zach going to Ian. He's pulling both of them together. I am stuttering my words. But a big Mega Death Bomb. Jinx gonna pick up 1 kill. Misses the Super Mega Death Rocket. But, of course, the Ziggs bouncing bomb going to take out Raycon. Kled, for that matter.
Yeah.
And they're gonna be up even more. I am so sorry. I am
no problem. Listen out. Listen out. Do what you take care. You take a big breath. And you slow down. And get your affairs in order. Don't be very technical. We can do this. I know that we can do it. But dude, that was amazing. And right now, the death of Kled has a very strong implication on top because free money for Gangplank is bad for the enemy team. Straight up.
Oh, absolutely.
Like free money on any champion it's bad for any team, but free money on Gangplank? No, dude, you don't want that.
One thing to mention is prior to that fight, there was a trade, Herald for Hextech Drake. Yeah. Hextech Drake, of course, being one of the strongest Drakes this season. However, Herald, of course, notoriously good for snowballing and getting a lot of cash onto your laners. Now, what lane do you think should be Razius' priority to place that Herald in?
It's going to be top lane. They want to put Gangplank under the ground, but, sorry, I misspoke. They want to force top lane to have as little resources, but they don't want to break the tower. Because they're having a ball just taking away resources from Gangplank. And if they take out the tower, there's a chance that he will be able to farm under the lower side of top. We're seeing in the top lane.
Once again, we got another bear on a rope. The powder keg going to try to chunk down Talia a bit, but Abandon just not having a very safe lane at all. The camping from Talia and Razius is a little bit too hard for him to deal with, and it's going to make that Gangplank scaling a lot harder. But Zach going to look to make an equalizer onto the bot lane here. But of course, Sivir Raycon, the disengage, is just a little bit too strong. And they're going to take this tower with the Rift Herald here. You just mentioned that they probably would have wanted to keep that tower up. Yeah. That tower's going to go down. It looks like we're going to get a second charge onto the second tower here. But I think that it's going to be hard for GP to get back, or not necessarily hard, but it's going to take him quite some time now to successfully scale to that level 13 power swipe.
There's a problem right now, and it's the fact that they knew that Gangplank wanted to play safe. So we're seeing a small engage in the mid lane.
And of course, Kled using charge. Zach trying to disengage, not going to be able to do it. They're going to take down the Zach passive. And the Super Mega Death Rocket almost killing Talia, but it's not going to be enough damage. And Poppy going to charge onto the Ziggs. Might have over-engaged here. Jinx coming up. We got a flash from the Kled. He's able to take down Ziggs, but he's going to go down himself to Jinx. But Jinx and Poppy going to be caught out. Jinx able to pull back a Sivir kill here. Poppy charging in. Talia getting that chip damage, and ultimately she is going to go down. Poppy getting a double kill here, and a lot of blood being shed early into this game when we thought it was definitely going to be a little bit slower played.
Yeah, they did really well in the side of the guys over. The guys over at GC did fantastically during that match. They were exactly where they needed to be. They fought for. They had a really good position, so it made perfect sense how they fought it. Now we're seeing the TP from Talia to the top side. They don't want to allow them to get any free gold. They are 2k on top of them, which is really good. But we've seen Hyperion bounce back from that, so they shouldn't talk about victory straight away, because there's a problem that they're not seeing. Their kills are not divided in their carries. They are divided in the Kled and the Poppy. Meanwhile, on the side of Hyperion, they have kills on Six and Jinx. So...
And engage. Rakan gonna hit the knockup. Poppy looking to charge in. Zac trying to use the slingshot to provide some assistance in the fight, but Poppy gonna take down the Ziggs. And it looks like Zac's getting caught out by the Talia. Sivir making her way to the fight. Gonna pick off the Lulu here. Actually, Lulu able to survive to the shield, but Zac gonna go down. Off screen, Poppy able to kill the Lulu. Try to slingshot out. Zac gonna go down to the Sivir, and that's some gold onto the carry on Hyperion. Or sorry, Glacial.
Oh, no.
And another kill from Glacial onto that Jinx. Angel a little bit out of position, trying to take that ward, a little bit greedy, and gonna go down because of it. Glacial starting to extend a little bit of a gold gap.
Yeah, and this is really concerning for the guys over at Hyperion, because it's not looking really hot at this very moment. That Poppy with 4 kills is like a mirror of what happened with Zac on the first game. We had a Zac that was like 14-0 with Magi's. So this is looking kind of similar, but in the case of Poppy, already down with the Divine Thunder.
Now, that being said, last game we did see Glacial start to take a gap. Ultimately, they just weren't able to close up the game.
No.
And another charge in from the Kled. Gonna go on the Lulu. Lulu forced to ult, and ultimately just gonna go down hard. Rezius, of course, picking up the kill again. That's a 5-0 Poppy. And they're looking for a re-engage, but it looks like Rezius might go down here. Able to get the shutdown onto Flyer, and a Mega Inferno Bomb chunking down to Leah, gonna force her to pull out of the fight. Of course, Raycon has no health, and although he's not earbuds, a slingshot in from Zac, but ultimately I don't think much is going to happen here. A little bit too low health for Glacial to reasonably take this fight. And that's a big shutdown going down from Rezius' death.
Yeah, we're seeing the Gangplank already grouped. There's a chance where Gangplank is going to be super useful, but it needs a couple of extra items and finishing the call. So it's going to be a little bit harder at this very moment. Angel may be the salvation for the guys over at Hyperion, alongside with Six, because at this very moment, this Zac is not getting allowed to do anything like he used to in the first match, because Poppy is present everywhere. Rezius is having a fantastic performance in this match at this very moment. So maybe there's a lot to look out. But in the case of the bot lane, Sivir 2 girls 1 bush is doing absolutely fantastic too. So there's still a lot to happen, and 7-11, there's a chance for Hyperion to bounce back. I'm saying, and a lot of people would be thinking, well, this guy is really looking at Hyperion in really good light. Why is the favoritism? No, the thing is that last game we thought for sure that Hyperion was going to lose, and we said many times that they were doing a lot of mistakes that would make them to lose. And suddenly, in the last minute, 51 minutes in, they were able to bounce back. So I'm not going to be caught off guard again. I'm always going to leave up the possibility that these guys will bounce back, because that's what they've been doing.
That being said, although Hyperion is able to bounce back, this lead is looking very sizable on the side of Glacial, and also I'd argue their team comp is a lot less focused on it just being 2 girls 1 bush doing the damage, and it's a lot more spread out. That being said, although there is a lot of gold onto Kled as a tank, he can do quite a bit of damage for the champion that he is. And we're going to get a Rift Herald mid here. and it's going to be a
really
tough
good one at that.
A tough 5v3. Poppy just sending them straight back to the fountain, taking the T2 turret, and I think that Herald's going to get one more crash onto the T3 before this ends here. A big trash. Very little health left in the mid lane turrets. But Abandon going to pull back a tower in the top lane, get a T1. Talia going around, try to stop him pushing more. And we're going to get a TP in from Firelight. Talia coming in with the Weaver's Wall, knocking him back perfectly. And it looks like Abandon, once again, the little prey on the rope. And he's going to go down hard to Talia and firefight here. Just, he's accepting.
He started dancing.
And another fight starting in the mid. He knew he was going down, able to give the kill to Elmo. I think that's a smart decision by Firefight. Just let her pick up the kill.
They have a lot of global pressure in the map, and that's really hard for them to do this. Okay, we're seeing
he's charging in, gonna engage onto the Zac, and Rakan knocking them all up. And look at the damage there from Zac and Ziggs, of course. The Mega Inferno Bomb.
The best disengage is killing everyone. I'll tell you that.
Ain't that the truth? Of course, Jinx, able to just rocket them down. Gonna go onto onto Rezius. Rezius gonna be able to get away because of the scuttle speed up.
Yeah, Glacial Charms has a really bad habit of not focusing Angel, and this always has brought them a lot of grief for that.
Not focusing
the Mega Death Rocket? No, Rocket doesn't pull them, but they're definitely going to get the tower.
Yeah. One thing to note is, with it being Ziggs and Jinx, their potential to kill low health targets after a team fight is extremely massive.
No, they have a lot of potential on becoming absolutely insane, but the other one that is going to be really insane is the Kled with already 2 items on top. 2 items, boots. This guy is ready to go in.
And if you're Hyperion here, are you fighting for that Inferno Drag, or are you going to drop it and try to funnel some more gold into your carries?
You're not in a position. You're definitely not in a position to fight it. You are definitely not. Jinx is on top, and they know it. They know that they're not they are not in a position to do this. So they're just going to throw it back. I would have done that the same if you ask me.
And we sent the Super Mega Death Rocket to try to steal. Obviously, a hard steal doesn't really out-damage Smite, and no vision on it. So it's going to be hard to ever predict that. But if it would have been a steal, it would have been incredible. But Hyperion starting to get a little bit far behind, but I think this is the position they're most comfortable playing in. Once the enemy team, in this case Glacial, is confident in how strong they are, that's when Hyperion starts to pull it back. They know their damage really well.
Absolutely, we're seeing they're going to try to dive this. Maybe not. They have 5 mana, but well, Kled is just 1 R away. So
but of course, stealing the red buff.
This is what we were talking about in the match. That there's a lot of people in this match that benefit from the movement speed from Kled, especially Poppy. So allowing Poppy to just engage from whatever direction because of Sivir ult and Kled ult is really amazing.
And Firelight almost looking to engage on Zac there. Zac just going to secure the Scuttle Crab and walk it out. We're getting a lot of recalls on the side of Glacial right now. A little bit scary for Sivir in the mid lane, trying to push that wave with everyone kind of heading out. But it looks like we're going to get resets and everyone back on the map with their second items. And Kled almost making his way to his 3rd item here.
Yeah. At this very moment, Glacial Charms are sitting pretty. They have a lot of pressure, they have a lot of gold, they have a lot of map control, and they have a lot of damage into them. And all their people are healthy enough so that they are not in a disadvantaged position for their characters. In the side of Hyperion, it's looking a little bit rougher because the guys over at GC have been able to pressure every single lane in the best way possible, but they are missing something important. They are grieving free gold to a variety of things, and they are being watched by the guys over at Hyperion, and they are in a situation that is not necessarily really good, but maybe a Gangplank ult and a lot of other stuff.
They are spotted on the Baron. A charge in. Talia going to rack up the damage. They're able to take down Stun Daddy before he's able to make a move. Angel being chunked down, and we're going to see Zac go down hard. No passive up. Angel going to be taken down by the Sivir, and now they're trying to take out Ziggs from under the tower. A tower dive going on. Of course, Sivir able to secure it. And with that, I think they're also going to be able to secure Baron. Gangplank, of course, not at the fight.
Fattest, nastiest, and ugliest bait that I have ever seen.
It was...
I don't know if you catch that, but Poppy was essentially on the side of the pit. She wasn't tanking it. It was only Kled. And Kled threw himself down with the ultimate. It was like super safe. It was like a really huge bait.
And the super mega death rocket there from Jinx last second to try to stop some backs, but the bait was pretty huge, wasn't it?
Yeah. Amazing. Really amazing performance from the guys over at Glacial Charms. They knew they were going to try to contest it, and suddenly went straight ahead. Suddenly in the comments are saying GC must have gone to and used Code Titan to in between games.
Just remember, Absolutely. You can use Code Titan to get
TGC Ticker people. Dude, really good.
But Glacial, although we are getting these jokes that Glacial's obviously getting a huge turnaround for some extra stream time. If we're being honest, Glacier has played this game extremely well.
Well, and they played it really well last game. Rescues played fantastically on last game. The same applies to Firefight and Elmo. They were doing a really good job last game, so it's no wonder that they're performing really well this game. That's understandable.
And Hyperion just looking to try to get some poke damage in case they do try to engage on a fight under this T3. That T3, of course. Poppy going over the wall.
Goodbye.
Big charge in. Stun Daddy not able to keep Angel alive. Not even with the wild growth. Just not enough. And they're going to be able to take down this T3 with that. Do you think Ziggs is going to be able to pull anything back here?
With those health bars, I don't really think so. And with Baron and everything, there's going to be a consistent push in the mid side. So,
and the inhib going to go down. That's going to open up mid even more so for them to be able to secure their third dragon of the match. With it, of course, being Inferno Soul, they're probably going to pick up their second Inferno Dragon unless Peps can steal it. Of course, it's a hard steal. There's always that cheeky angle with Zach, but he's going to dive in here. Talia knocking him up, shutting down. Poppy charging in. Went for the smite. And another charge from Kled. Not going to be able to pick anything up. But, of course, the Inferno Bomb just not going to do enough damage. And they're just going to walk over to
no
Dragon
damage
to steal
here,
it.
Dude. There's no damage. Even the Gangplank has a collector, but it's not cutting it yet. Remember,
I got a question.
These guys are known from coming back.
I got a question, though, with the Gangplank back here. Collector. How do you feel about Collector on a GP who's this far behind?
Iffy. I think the Essence River could have been a little bit better, but the Essence River is kind of gimp because he went Sunderer, and that's a huge deal for it. I think the Sunderer build should have been more reliant on the tankier side, with Sunderer, Sterex Gauge, and something else. But this is not the way that Abandon plays the game. He plays on the damage side of things. So I think there's a problem there when it comes to the building. Collector works if you're ahead, but the team that they have is something that doesn't allow for Collector.
And of course, that could be a little bit of a drawback to take GP even longer to scale, having kind of a split between two builds, as you said, between the tankier GP build and the high priority on damage that Abandon's used to. But another T2 going to fall in the favor of Glacial here, and they're slowly this time squeezing the game out, not making the mistake to rush anything like they did last game, which ultimately resulted in the comeback from Hyperion. I think there definitely is a little bit of a post-traumatic throw disorder on the side of Glacial, and it's honestly making them play a little bit smarter. They're able to just slowly work the way down the map, really focus on collecting the souls, and not overextending and trying to just go for the end.
They're playing insanely safe during this match. Yeah, but right now, okay, so let's go back from the beginning of the match. and look at the things that they did really well. They were able to push really well from Poppy's side and do a lot of damage. They were able to find fights where they needed them. They had pristine positioning and really amazing engages, and of course everything right in the Cavalier was firefight all the time on top of them, doing amazing ults, allowing for Resius, Elmo, and 2 Girls 1 Bush to do all the damage they needed. They are in a fantastic position right now with almost 9,000 gold on top of Hyperion. How are they going to be able to bounce back? Well, it's going to be a tough one. Are they able to steal Drakes? Are they able to get towers? Are they able to get Baron? That's how they're really able to come back, but it's still pretty hard.
Would you say it's harder for Hyperion to come back this game than it was last game?
Well, last game there was a lot of back and forth. So there was a possible comeback, okay? Angel was in a really good position with over 250 souls on Senna. Stun Daddy was on Tam Kench doing a lot of tanking duty. Peeps was doing Maokai and doing really, really well. And Abandon was on his main character Rengar and was doing a lot of work all the way through. But they were able to bounce back because of a mistake. But there was a lot of back and forth before it. Okay, there were moments where they were winning, there were moments where they were losing. This time, they have never been on a winning position. They haven't. So, I don't know if they will be able to come back from this.
And I think they have to engage in this Baron to keep this game alive. But I think it's just going to get deleted too quickly by Glacial here. Of course, the Inferno Bomb being sent out to try to steal it, but no. Glacial able to secure it. And I think this could be it. This could be the final push they need. Rakan with the knockup. And they're targeting Weaver's Wall, blocking Ziggs from being able to join the fight. I'm surprised they didn't engage harder, considering Ziggs was blocked out. I'm not sure if they did see the fact that he was caught on the other side of the Weaver's Wall. But they're going to be able to push these waves up. Inferno Dragon up in 55 seconds as well if they do decide to fall back and just secure Inferno Soul.
Soul point for the guys over at Glacial Charm.
And they're setting up for something here. The inhib, of course, being up. This could be the most crucial moment in this game should a fight break out here.
Yeah. This could be in the end for Hyperion or an opportunity to come back from the guys at Hyperion.
Peps looking for an engage with a slingshot over this wall. Is he going to go for it? It looks like they're walking away. I don't think Glacial is prepared to end just yet. They're saying, let's just wait a second, grab the Inferno Soul, and we'll just use that damage to confirm a victory here.
Yeah.
They're still positioning aggressively for any misplay by Hyperion to close out the game, though. Hyperion, of course, going to walk in from River. Ziggs a little bit far here. A route onto Kled. Of course, Talia being able to range anyone off from successfully engaging on it. Resi at half health. But here is Kled diving in with Rakan. Zach getting deleted by Ziggs and Sivir. And Sivir's damage, able to take down able to take down Stun Daddy. And Rakan with a beautiful flash engage. Angel gonna go down hard. Firefly going in on Ziggs. Ziggs down to a quarter HP. Grey Dog trying to engage on a GP. GP, almost nothing left. Sivir over there, taking out Ziggs. And Poppy gonna engage onto Abandon. Abandon going to go. Abandon able to pull it back. A shutdown onto Abandon. And able to stop Poppy here. Zach, of course, the jungler for Hyperion alive. They're going to take down the inhib and probably... Can they fall back to Dragon here? With Poppy down, it does make it still a little bit easier for Peps. Abandon showing he is strong despite being so far behind. 250 CS on him on his third item. Got the last Whisper.
Is there still chance? I don't think so.
Elmo with a seismic shove onto K-Pep. Gonna chunk him down. He's trying to do the slingshot, doing everything he can. The passive activated Abandon going to try to defend him here. Meanwhile, Sivir is taking that dragon. K-Pep's gonna go down. And the Inferno Soul secured by 2 Girls 1 Bush and Firefight. It is official. Glacial has Inferno Soul. And they're looking to close it out with the 15 seconds they have left on that Baron buff. Angel spawning back up here. They're clearing the wave. And it looks like Glacial's going to back.
Yeah,
huge!
They need to reset this. They need to reset this. They don't want to throw. They don't want to throw, period. That's what happened earlier, and I totally understand them. The Inferno Soul is going to be fantastic for them. And we also have to point out how Elmo played beautifully that Talia kill on the sack.
Playing perfectly around the vision on the red side wall so that K-Peps doesn't know what he's stepping into, and just a seismic shove and an absolute demolition of K-Peps' health bar.
Yeah, this is a stark contrast on exactly what we saw on the second match. They were having a really good leads, a lot of damage, a lot of things.
And K-Peps gonna go for the slingshot here. A little bit interesting. Doesn't really have any of his carries to help him out here. Stun Daddy gonna walk up with him, but are they overextending here?
A little bit. K-Peps is not in a position to actually win fights necessarily, so they need to get catches as much as they can. But with the carries not present at all time, with none 3 of the damage dealers present, and another thing that you need to take into consideration is the fact that on the side of Hyperion, the only one that can get a little bit of hits is actually Zac, because Gangplank, if he gets hit too much, is absolutely obliterated by a couple of hits. And Lulu is also not necessarily a really good frontliner, meaning that they are on a really bad advantage against characters that are hard engaged and also can receive a lot of punishment, especially in the side of Kled and Poppy.
Of course, looking for the slingshot onto Poppy, but Poppy's steadfast presence just going to stop anything from happening there. But Ziggs throwing some bouncing bobs. Elmo looking for any sort of poke or engage he can get, but ultimately nothing happening here. A charge coming in from Kled onto K-Peps. K-Peps stepping in the way of it, and it looks like a little bit of a fight looking to break out. These two teams are hungry. Hyperion begging to keep this game going with their lives, but it looks like Glacial's getting ready to end it. Baron gonna be up in 50 seconds. What are your thoughts with Baron coming up so soon?
I'm pretty sure that at this moment you would think it's futile to think that they will be able to come back. But remember that they have a team.
And Poppy able to stun Abandon caught completely out. K-Peps also a little bit overextended, being able to jump back in, but Jinx's damage and Ziggs' damage really poking down Firefight and Rakan here. A Super Mega Death Rocket onto Firefight, doing almost no damage. He wasn't low enough health, but Zac able to pick off 2 girls, 1 bush, and Firefight. This fight is looking winnable. Jinx going in on to Zac, but the damage from Talia. It might be too big. Stun Daddy gonna go down hard. So is Kraydog, but Rezius.
That was so close. That was so close.
The hero play from Rezius charging in there with less than a quarter health bar left. Ziggs able to pull one back. Talia overextended into vision, and a beautiful bouncing bomb taking her out. And left alive is Fleur, and Rezius. What a fight! Shutdowns onto the side of Hyperion.
I have to say, I told you. They have a Jinx. That's what all that I needed to say. They have a Jinx, and that thing can do miracles in a position where they're not focusing him. Of course, and if Abandon wasn't cut off as early as it did, there was a chance they would have survived tenfold.
I also think just the vision control from Glacial allows... It's been activating Elmo to make a lot of plays, especially the massive damage she was able to get on that Jinx from over the wall.
Yeah. We're seeing right now they're trying to go into the Baron.
We got a setup from Poppy. K-Peps falling right into the trap, and he's going to go down from the grand entrance. Wild Growth trying to keep him alive, but it's just not going to happen. Bouncing bomb onto Kraydog. Not enough damage from them. K-Peps walking in blind to that bush.
Yeah.
And they're going to secure Baron off that. They're going to send the Super Mega Death Rocket probably to try and stop it, but it's going to be too late. No. Baron going down, and it is a final stand here from Hyperion to try and keep this game alive.
Yeah, in just a minute, they will be able to enter once again with Kled and maybe close out the game.
And Kled now has Guardian Angel as his 4th item. Talia also successfully able to steal that red buff from Jinx, which is late into this game. Having both red buffs secured can make a difference.
Absolutely. KK Peeps doing it for the content. Thank you, Royce.
K-Peps, who are you working for?
Absolutely. Okay, so we're
K-Peps going to go back in with a slingshot, slamming them together, and My Name's Angel trying to trap him. K-Peps gonna ult here, but nothing gonna come of it. My Name's Angel trying to pick off the Sivir, overextended a little bit, not gonna be able to take on 2 girls, 1 bush just yet. Kraydog's Grand Engine knocking her up, and she's gonna go down. K-Peps gonna go down. And it looks like this game kind of coming to a close out here. Rezius and Elmo gonna hop over with the bomb plant, not necessarily. Firefly going in, got him on a Baron rope, but he's able to get away. And they're gonna take the inhib again. Elder Dragon is up, Zac is not. They're gonna take the T3 bot tower here as well, and probably the T3 inhib. Or sorry, the T3 inhib, the bottom inhib with that. 2 inhibs going to be down for Hyperion, and this game slowly getting choked out. It's like being with Brock Lesnar in a real naked choke for Hyperion here. The life being drained from their eyes, and once this Elder Drake is secured, is there any fight left in them, or are they down for the count?
11,000 gold behind for Hyperion. This is a really tough match for them. They have done really well, and once again, the guys over at Glacial Charms are holding the Elder Drake.
And
the match ender.
Not able to steal it. The Cannon Barrage not able to steal it. Abandoned has not been able to find his footing in the game. He is someone who needs to step up in this last team fight. We can't have K-Peps diving in like a crazy man. We can't have Angel overextended if they have a chance here. Elmo looking to find a pick onto Peps here, able to steal both of his camps from him. He gets no gold. He is broke. He is living the low-end life. Still on 2 items, 38 minutes into the game.
One ult. One ram blasting ult from the Kled, and it's going to be game over. They have the resources for a massive dive, and the only thing that they need to achieve to achieve a successful dive is to eliminate the Jinx, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
A charge in from Kled. K-Peps health down to half. Poppy diving in as well, but Abandoned with a huge barrel, taking down all of Rezi's health bar, taking down half of Fireline's health bar. Stun Daddy, of course, keeping the shield, keeping his team alive here. Kled gonna get back on Skarner, and Zig's gonna go down from the Elder Drake. Firefly trying to charge back in, and oh my god, Rezi's trying to send them back to the fountain, but Abandoned with another barrel, taking her down. There is 3 left for Glacial. There is 4 left for Glacial, 3 left for Hyperion. They still have Elder Drake. Kled gonna be forced back out, but 2 girls, 1 push, taking down Abandon. The damage of Sivir this late into the game. A full bit Sivir, absolutely scary. They're chunking the tower. Firelight gonna TP back in, and it looks like this match is gonna be all over unless Angel can keep it alive. There goes the tower. Nexus exposed. And the Seismic Slam taking down Angel and taking down their Nexus. It is 2-1. Could we see a reverse sweep here?
Yes, there is a possibility, because the only reason Hyperion won last time was not only because they played well, but because Glacial Charm made a huge mistake, and this game was Glacial Charm, no mistakes.
Glacial Charm playing absolutely phenomenally to bring it back. The pressure is on going into Game 4.
Still match point for Hyperion, but we still have to see. See you guys in the draft for Match 4.
I wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world that was smiling when I turned. Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn, they hate us. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Look out for yourself. My enemy. Look out for yourself. But I'm ready. Your words up on the wall as you're praying for my phone, and the laughter in the holes and the names that I've been called. I stack it in my mind and I'm waiting for the time when I show you what it's like to be worse fit in the mind. Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn, they hate us. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Look out for yourself. My enemy. Look out for yourself.
Look, okay, I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope for me. I'm staying where nobody supposed to be. Posted, being a wreck of emotions. Ready to go whenever you let me know. The road is long, so put the pedal into the flow. The energy on my trail, my energy unavailable. I'ma tell him my silhouette go. Day when I'm fly on my drive to the top, I've been out of shape, thinking out of the box. I'm an astronaut. I blasted off the planet, rock that caused catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it. Now I had I thought about wreaking havoc on an opposition, kinda shocking. They want a static with precision. I'm automatic, quarterback. I ain't talking second, pack it up on panic, batter up. Who the baddest? It don't matter, cause we is your
Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. I swear I'll never be a saint, no way. My enemy. I swear I'll never be a saint. Look out for yourself.
I feel it in my bones. A spark to lead us through the shadows. But can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul. A road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones. A spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul. A road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? This storm inside me.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one that would while they all play. And you'd lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream. From dust.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for Game 4. Hyperion was up 2-0 before last game, but Glacial Charm was able to pull it back 2-1 after an incredible stomp. There were moments Hyperion looked like they might have had a chance to come back, but Glacial Charm did not give them any opening after last game, and I'm not going to lie, Peps is going to need to step it up for Game 4.
Absolutely. Dude, we were able to see the guys over at GC performing without mistakes. And TGH is still going strong with banning Thresh, Zillion, and Misfortune, most likely. There's the Bolivar, the Senna, and the Seraph. They don't want to do anything with the Senna that destroyed them in Game 2. Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
And
that's
I'm kind of scared for them because they did a really good job on the picks, but they lost map leniency at some point. So it's been really, really hard for them.
I think
to
it's also
perform.
interesting to mention the vision difference from Glacial to Hyperion. I don't know what the exact
Absolutely.
score numbers were, but whenever you looked at the map, after that first Herald, Glacial had vision everywhere, and Hyperion's map was like a horror movie, man.
And they were cleaning the ward straight up every single time. And GC's going again for the Sivir. Third time they've picked Sivir. They have a 50% win rate with her at this very moment.
And will it be the second successful time picking Sivir is the question everyone here wants to know.
Yeah, we're seeing all of this. this has been one of the longest. Not the longest, because 2 weeks ago there was a reverse sweep that took place, and we're seeing the Tristana. A flex pick could go mid, could go bot lane. It's actually pretty good.
If it goes bot, that is interesting for Hyperion. Usually they're taking the scaling lane for late game, but bringing in Triss to try to shut down Sivir maybe.
Really and Tam Kench.
You think that's Tom top or Tom support?
Yeah, there's a lot of flex picks here. They're trying to bait out what they were going to do, and GC is going right now for something really standard with the Sivir pick. Let's see if they can spice it up a little bit for the next time. Are we going to see the dreadful Ornn being picked? That's something
come on. Ornn's not that bad.
It's awful. It's awful. He draws the game to a screeching halt every single time he's on the screen.
You never seen an aggressive Ornn, and the Poppy again. This draft looking the same.
Poppy did real work on GC side, and having Reshius again with Poppy could be amazing for him.
My question is, do you think we see a Bandit on the GP top again this game?
I don't think so. Either he's going to go for one of the... Right now, a really good pick at the moment could be Olaf against the Poppy and the Rakan. We're seeing the same
Rakan
picks.
Again. They're saying it's not broken. Why fix it? And Hyperion on the other end is saying, we're going to be aggressive. They've been scaling this whole series, but this game, they're saying no to that. This game, they want to fight. They want to stomp every lane, the jungle, right? At least as far as it looks, and run it straight into Glacial's face.
This is the second time we've seen Udyr. The first time they lost. It was on GC, and they used Udyr and lost. We're seeing the Ornn. Thank you, Abandon. Get rid of that thing. I don't like it.
Dude, listen. What we really want to see is Dr. Mundo ADC. That is what we all want to see here.
No,
I know there's two ADCs.
No. Stop speaking. Not anymore. No,
Dr. Mundo ADC. If we see Dr. Mundo ADC, I'll go crazy.
Yeah, that would be really funny.
I'll start helping the team that picks it. I'll be their sixth man.
The Aurelia man? The Aurelia man? Okay. And we're going to see, probably it's going to be the Victor, as they've been doing it a couple of times before. Let's see.
The final ban from Hyperion here.
Is it going to be Victor? Imagine if it's Kled.
If it's Kled, that would be... I could see it. It would make sense to me to ban out Kled. Talia!
To ban Talia.
That's a solid ban. With how aggressive they're going to play, that's a solid ban, I think.
And maybe they're going to go for Olaf now, the Olaf ban. Let's see real quick.
If they don't go for an Olaf ban and Hyperion picks it, does that mean Tom Kench, we're going to see that as a support? And do you think we see Olaf jungle or top?
There's a chance, because I don't really see Tam Kench on support unless it's fast in Senna. And they got the Olaf ban, like we predicted.
There we go. The big, scary Freljord Viking gone from the table. Hyperion going to make the fourth pick here on red side. What do you think would be a smart pickup?
Right now, they need answers towards the Poppy. Something like a Trundle could be really good.
What about a Veigar? Allowing mid to get counterpicked here. Absolutely. And going to leave the flex to support jungle or top, depending what they want here. Veigar, their only scaler on this team so far. How do you feel about a Veigar pick to kind of mitigate some of the late game if it was to make it that far?
There's a lot of things about Veigar that I truly despise, and one of them is the instantaneousness of the event horizon, which will stop anyone on their tracks if they try to dash through it. If they're able to stop the Rakan in some way, shape, or form and flat out one-shot him, that would really ease the engage that it would be a really amazing disengage / re-engage against the enemy team. Of course, it should be Veigar with Predator, which makes perfect sense.
And of course,
now we're seeing the Syndra. The Syndra is an amazing answer with Veigar. You fight control with control, and we're seeing the set top.
Set top. That means, do you think Hyperion should elect to play Tom or Udyr top, or do you think this should be the counter pick to it?
Now they are in a position where they need to decide what they're going to play against Set. Set is an amazingly strong champion. that has power seeing the Aatrox.
And it is going to be a skill difference top to decide who's going to get the advantage at a laning phase. It looks like Aatrox versus Set. That is a match I want to see go down on the Rift.
Now, this is where I'm going to ask you, Romeo. Who do you think won the
draft? Okay. Here's the deal. In my opinion, I think if we're going past 30 minutes, Glacial has it. That being said, I think Hyperion making this change could be insanely smart. And let me tell you why, right?
Okay.
Last game, they were playing for the comeback, but they didn't put enough pressure onto Glacial, and Glacial was able to play slow and use really a lot of macro to force them to get scared and try to make plays, which ultimately screwed them up. Now, they're going to be aggressive early game onto Glacial. And with it being the finals, there's a lot of pressure on both these teams. It's 2-1. They have game point. They have time this game to try to make something they're not used to work. This is the last chance before it were to go to game 5. This could be a smart draft to try to make Glacial scared and close it out. What do you think? Who do you think won draft?
I really don't know. There's a certain element that you're saying that they fought for a better early game with the form of grabbing Udyr, the Tamkinch and the Tristana, but they are still looking for scaling, especially in the case of Tristana and Veigar. And if Aatrox gets behind a Set, there's no way in hell that they will be able to come back from that, because Set is such an oppressive character that it can flat out spell the death of GC, of Hyperion, and get us to game 4, to game 5.
Well said, and I think with that, we're going to go ahead and head over to the Rift for this game 4. We'll see you guys in just a second.
No, here we are, dude. We're already here, dude.
My bad.
Let's do this. Okay.
Game 4. Right now, it is still game point onto Hyperion, but Glacial has the momentum going into this game. And I just want to point out, the last time we seen Veigar on this Rift, if I'm correct, he got a pentakill.
Yeah.
It was Dogman on the Rift picking up a pentakill right near that Baron pit. Could we see it again from Fleur?
They're going to try to catch Abandon in a really bad position. Udyr, it appears that Udyr kind of knows, because he already did that. And well, we have the boxing match starter here in the mid lane, which is really cool.
Caught on a ward with that invade. Tried to be a little cheeky with a little bit of an early engage, but ultimately nothing to come of it. No harm, no foul, of course. However, it's worth mentioning Pep's got a nice ward on. They got a nice ward onto both the red and blue side of Glacial here. More vision than they had in the entirety of the last game.
Yeah, congrats. Applause.
It's already looking good for Hyperion after that, man.
Okay, so I'm really looking forward to how this is going to happen. Peeps had an amazing performance in the first game, and in the second game he tried his damnness as Maokai jungle, which he was in a not necessarily beneficial, a really beneficial lane, but he played well nonetheless.
And what do you make of it, Hoppy, looking for the 3-camp clear into that aggressive top lane?
It's definitely going to happen. Poppy is one of those champions that gets the most of her by attacking, by getting early leads, and she's definitely able to obtain into the E, to the W. It's overall a fantastic champion overall, and it definitely will be able to cancel a lot of things that are able to be done by Aatrox or even Udyr, because I don't know if you know this, the W on Udyr actually gives him a dash. So the E actually gives him a dash, the bear stance, and that thing is actually a little bit detrimental to him, because it could be stopped deading his tracks when he's trying to stun someone, which is kind of hard.
Wait a minute though. With his, if he activates CC immunity on it though, isn't he golden?
Yeah, he golden, but you usually only use the CC immunity to skate. Really, it's not sometimes that you used to go in unless you are in a really beneficial position. And we're seeing the Poppy already shadowing the set.
But you're telling me there's a chance.
There's a chance, but
and that's all you need sometimes. Sometimes all you need is a chance, a miracle on Bourbon Street, if you will, for that to be a game-changing play. But Aatrox looking for
he's
Pope.
losing a bunch of time. Okay.
We're looking. Udyr's at the full clear. He's there to match it now. Poppy is going to be behind. K-Pep's level 4 to the level 3 if something were to happen, but he's backing. I don't think they have vision of him backing, but he's up and
I
around.
think Abandon has humbled down a little bit. Oh no.
Abandon maybe playing a little too far up. But of course, Pep's still there, a level up. I think it's actually good for Hyperion.
There we go.
And Pep's going in, a nice stun onto Firefight. But Abandon losing all his health, and a beautiful Haymaker going to give first blood to Firefight. K-Pep, nothing he can really do there.
Yeah, there was nothing he
got as much
could
damage
do.
with Wingborne Storm as he could, but ultimately set just a little bit stronger with that Haymaker.
And a really good W. That flash W was really good.
And what's interesting there is they had the advantage until that play happened. They both had a level up as well onto Firelight and Rezius. But ultimately,
right now Rezius actually got a lot of XP from the wave, and Udyr is just there kind of like to catch it and not allowed it to be pushed around, which I think is actually really good. Botlane, in the case of Tristana, she appears to be in a really good position with a lot of farm on top of the super. She's a really oppressive laner due to the damage from the E and all of that, and we're seeing a small train really playing.
And by the way, I'm just going to ask if we can control Z out a little bit. The chat is asking if we can just zoom out a little bit so they can see a little bit more of the map.
Okay, I think we're a little too close.
Yeah, it's just control Z it outwards if you can.
So we were talking about this.
It's Control Shift Z, by the way, and just scroll your mouse. Thanks for it. It's all good. It's just chat's asking.
We're doing this. It's going to be done right away. Awesome. Okay.
We got you, chat. It's all about your viewing experience here in these finals. Unlike Riot, our #1 priority is the player's best experience.
Yeah, but I'm really. I love how they're playing really safe right now.
They are, and right now it is looking good for Glacial. I'd argue they scale a little bit better, and with that first blood onto Set can be such an embracing champion to really dominate the early game for them.
Yeah.
But here we go, K-Peps looking for a nice gank. A beautiful flash by 2 girls, 1 bush. Ultimately just taking out that play, and like it was looking really good. But that flash is smart. Good map awareness from the side of Glacial, and they're just gonna be able to keep on keeping on.
There's this new build that I saw on Aatrox, which is going to be the how do you call this? It was going to be Eclipse, dude.
Not the emote, man. That is a little bit dirty for a guy who's 0-1. No.
But he has been done into by Rezius the last 3 matches. Like, he hasn't been allowed to leave.
And
like, first match he was Camille. Second match he was camped the crap out of him. Second match he was Rengar. Same story.
But Stun Daddy mid gonna go in. Angel, just explosive charge going to take down Elmo. That start of the play kind of came out of nowhere for us, but that was. Really nice and smart, just from them roaming up while 2 girls, 1 bush, and Key Dogs were back. And so, just like that, Tristana gonna be up a kill. And what does that mean for bot lane?
It's actually something really good because she's also on top of CS, meaning that extra kill, getting to the Noon Quiver really quick. I think she's going to go for Kraken Slayer because I don't find a reason. Maybe you could go Gale Force. I know that it's not necessarily the best build to go of the Noon Quiver items with Tristana, but considering the teams that they have, aka Poppy, the enemies that they have, aka Poppy, Rakan, or Zed, having a little bit of distance may not be something.
And a rocket jump onto 2 girls, 1 bush, gonna get the explosive charge off. Ultimately, just doing some chunk damage. And if I say ultimately one more time, slap me in the face, please.
That hurt me. He lost a finger on that, 100%.
But a stun here from Poppy, and just gonna bring down Abandon, of course, taking out the showstopper to put that man away and set here 2-0.
They are working. They are working to tilt the crap out of Abandon.
I think it's already worked.
Yeah. They're definitely doing that, 100%. They already know that he's tilted from previous matches, and all of that, and they're going to put all their efforts into that.
If you are K-Peps, let me ask you, what do you do here? Do you try to alleviate some of the tilt by going top lane, or do you just really focus on
amazing comment. Imagine wanting to play top lane only to be capped 3 games in a row.
It's supposed to be an island, and they keep taking Epstein's plane to fucking Hawaii.
Yeah.
But K-Peps gonna try to disengage here. A beautiful cage by Veigar.
They're in a really good position. They are in an amazing position.
The ult taking down Rezius. Firefight running. Can they secure the bounty? Abandon going to get the 150 gold shutdown and pull himself back into this lane.
They wanted that. That was so satisfactory because we know Rezius, and we know that you're doing this. You're trying to tilt the crap out of Abandon. 3 games in a row, the camping. It's not a coincidence.
And it's worth noting his team actively walked away and let him finish off the set there. And I think that's both good for his mental and good
he needed that.
Giving him a fighting chance.
He needed that. He definitely needed that.
His team has not yet abandoned.
Oh, God.
Yes, it was. I know. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Oh, no. Abandaddy.
We have not abandoned the Abandaddy, baby. Okay.
Our viewers are the best viewers. Don't at me. Oh, oh God.
Don't at him, but I will.
Yeah, you will. Okay, so
something else to note here: Stun Daddy's actually playing a champion who can stun, and Stun Daddy, of course, in the namesake, is good at stunning.
They can't say no when they're stunned.
A stunning support, if you will.
Yeah. So we're seeing that Stun Daddy is actually really proficient with Tam Kench. He's really good at the devours and stuff like that. He's a Tam Kench that is really good, especially at pilling. He doesn't go a lot for unnecessary engages.
Firefight with the face breaker into the good old haymaker, and we're gonna have a 3v2 on the top side here. Floor up before Syndra roaming around, but Flower's able to take down Firelight with the good old Veigar Baleful Strike, and now
this is nothing against you, Firefight, but I'm so happy you're getting camped now.
How does it feel?
How does it feel?
How does it feel when you can't rely on your jungler to do everything for you?
When you are a main top laner, and you see a fellow top laner getting camped that way, you can't help but feel some sort of happiness when there's retribution.
And retribution they do have, but it right now Hyperion taking the lead. The one thing to note though is they are for once not in a position where they scale harder. So it's about utilizing this lead.
Well. I'm going to correct you right in. Because they have a Veigar?
They have Veigar. Okay, yes, Veigar infinitely scales, but unless this is another 50-minute banger, like with Senna, is he going to outscale Sivir mid-game? He could.
He could, but he's just going to stun them into ult and buy.
If he can reach that, but there's a spell shield, of course.
Yeah, but stun, get the shield off, ult, you're out.
I guess you use stun daddy.
I remember that you have 2 people on your team that can follow up in damage, in the form of Tristana and Tam Kench. So
of course,
they are on a position that even though if Veigar doesn't one-shot, it's going to be... And Veigar, okay, we're seeing...
Oh, and that's going to be a second dragon of the Herald going to take T1 top.
Floor the roam is right there.
Heroic charging, Abandon to the vault, but the cage going to lock in Firelight. And Abandon using that Darkened Blade to just execute Firelight. Veigar throwing out the ultimate, ultimately not being able to pick up the kill. But here comes Udyr using the boar stance, I believe, to try and take down Rezius, but nothing going to happen here. It's just night for Firelight, getting knocked out and KO'd. And now, Abandon to two kills, and he's got a bounty on his head now.
Like they say in my country. Vas a seguir. Vas a seguir. De verdad. Are you going to keep going? This is something that you're going to keep doing this, right?
Oh, and I wasn't expecting that damage from Elmo there, picking up the shutdown onto Veigar now. And it is shutdowns being traded back and forth from Glacial and from Hyperion.
Elmo has been a really amazing amazing mid laner, having a lot of really good performance overall. He's able to do a lot of damage. He's able to fight really cleanly, and he's able to find the solo kills that are really
Firelight and Abandon breaking out here. Firelight getting the advantage of it with the Facebreaker into the showstopper and kind of just deleted him.
Yeah.
The Bork versus the Eclipse. Do you think Eclipse was the right buy into the Gore Drinker here into the setup?
It's like the best build. There's this Atrox one trick called Nail. It's Nail. That he streams on Twitch. And
NIAL, right? Niall or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, he has popularized the Eclipse build because it says it's a little bit more consistent. It does a lot of damage. Blah blah blah. You get the drill on how these builds works. And there was in a big situation. I'm reading the chat right now. They said that he only had dirt.
He bought Eclipse once he died.
Oh, okay.
Which does make this next fight more interesting.
Yeah, but right now he is in no position to win against Set 1v1 unless, once again, and this is a common theme on when I say unless, Set fails, misses everything.
Not necessarily. If he's able to flash through the Haymaker, I think he wins the fight.
Yeah, maybe, but it's again the thing that once again we're going to, he misses stuff. If he misses stuff, they're in a position where they're going to win, and it sounds kind of funny, but yeah.
But here we go. They're posturing over Herald here. It's been very much Dragons on the side of Hyperion and Herald on the side of Glacial. But there is going to be a fight for this. We got 4 top for each team. ADCs in the bot lane. Tristana, of course, was able to take the T1 on the bot side, so they have it pushed. But here we go. And sending Veigar straight to the Korean servers, and they're going to be able to take the Herald onto their side. What do you think they need to do with this Herald?
They need to push either mid or try to recover something from get a little bit more advantage on top lane, or simply hold it and to find a good position where they kill a bunch of people. We're
going to go for a tower dive onto Elmo. The stun hit. Rocket jump going into the explosive charge. And Veigar going to take them down hard with the W. And they're able to take that T1 tower. They took down Elmo so quick there. Just the damage that the Veigar already has here.
But a little bit more damage on Elmo and was a kill on Tristana. And we be really careful about that.
Could we go ahead and get a quick check on the evil stacks onto Veigar after this little engage here? We're going to look for a cage onto Firelight. Firelight trying to pull him in with a cage there. The Unstoppable from the Showstopper, getting him out of the cage. Abandon going to try to re-engage, but Firelight flashing out of the Aatrox W and going to take down Veigar. Abandon using the Aatrox to try to stay alive, but the Facebreaker going to go off, take down half of his health bar, and the World Ender just not as strong as it used to be, having to disengage there, and only Flare going to go down to Set. Set once again starting to expand his leading top lane. We're going to get a rocket jump in mid here. The Grand Entrance knocking him up, but Sun Daddy returning with a son of his own. Elmo engaging into the fight. Sun Daddy trying to run and get Tristana out of here, but it's not going to work. Sivir going to take down Sun Daddy and going to get the kill on Tristana thanks to Set's Facebreaker. And they're going to take down the T1. They have the Rift Herald to be used if they need it. And Dragons coming up in 5 seconds. It's going to be Ocean Break this game for our soul. T2 going to go down mid, breaking open the game from Glacial here.
Oh, this is looking kind of rough, dude. This is not looking really well.
And Elmo going to do a little bit of chip damage onto K-Pep. It's not a whole lot, but it looks like this is going to be an easy Ocean secure. It looked like Hyperion was hard stacking the Dragons, but now they're going to pull back one into their favor.
There's a chance for them, but it requires the Veigar and the Tristana to play a little bit on the side.
There it goes.
Yeah, they are playing really well. Okay, both teams are playing really well, but it's beginning to be really hard for both teams to actually perform in a really good way.
And Rezius dropped the Herald bot side here. Gonna get a crash onto the T1. Doesn't take it down. And that is going to be the Herald usage. Baron up in 1 minute and 49 seconds. The gold gap is 2k, or a little less than 2k, in the favor of Glacial Charm. But I do argue that around this point of the game is when Glacial Charm's team is going to start to become slightly stronger.
Yeah, mid-game is definitely the place that they want to be at this very moment. They don't want late game because late game would mean one ult from Veigar would be half your HP. In the best case scenario, the worst case is that you're watching your skin like a dog.
You get deleted off the face of this rift. You just don't belong here once Veigar clicks that alt button on you late game. But they're gonna secure that scuttle. Minute left till Dragon. They're trying to get some vision around it. Do you think? Oh, and Udyr charging in, getting the stun onto Poppy. Poppy with the explosive charge, taking down half her health bar, and she's
that
just
Tristana
going to
damage
waste.
Would be insane, and she definitely needs the Lord Dominic's.
Keeper's Verdict absolutely wasted there though, and it looks like Hyperion's able to just force them off not being able to really fully set up for this first Baron here.
Really good dash from the Rakan over there.
Elmo,
this is a really tough match for both of them.
It's a tough match. It's a tough match to call and really say who has the advantage. Almo, of course, broke open the bot side of the map now, so there is more map control on the side of Glacial. How do you think they can use that to really secure like a hard advantage?
This very moment, there's nothing much because the Drake is appearing in 3 minutes, meaning that they need to find picks on the side. There is a very noticeable objective on the side for Hyperion right now, which is going to be the top tower, which right now is not getting any coverage as we speak, and the Tristana just going to morph all over it with the E and the ultimate. So with the E and some basic attacks. So yeah, they just left free gold, and that was not a really good call on the side of Glacial Charms, because free gold means giving them an opportunity to come back, and when they have a Veigar or a Tristana, gold is the least thing that you want to give them.
And ladies and gentlemen, the last T1 has fallen. We are now down to our T2s and T3 towers. 20 minutes into this game. I'd say this game's moving faster than any of the other games that have happened this series.
Rakan is really obnoxious, not gonna lie about that. I really like he's playing the character beautifully, so he's doing his job perfectly. Oh,
but he just got caught in a cage. Sun Daddy looking for the stun, but he's able to use the grand entrance onto Sivir to get out of that fight. They're gonna push that mid wave here. Udyr running in, maybe a little bit prematurely, going to burn.
No, I think it was a really good call because Sivir really appeared to be going all in for that.
Do you think though? There's 5 of them. Well, there's 4 of them there, and Aatrox was closer than set. Do you think? I think that Hyperion might have been able to take that fight on.
Not take it right on, because they were not able to push down the damage on Rakan. So that was a small problem that could have been there. Now they're trying to do the Baron.
Do you think this Baron is a little bit of a throw here? Set's in the bot lane. He's going to be going for a split push. He does have TP if worse comes to worse. They're going to fall back off of it.
Yeah, they weren't really in a position because of Veigar and Tristana. That's something that they really need to be careful about.
Firelight could get caught out here a minute before Dragon. His team's going to try to secure Baron, but of course Hyperion going to try to secure his life. There is the Aatrox W. He has just used his face breaker, explosive charge onto him. Not a lot of damage going to be used, but he's gonna showstopper right into all of them and make a run for his life. It's not gonna be successful, and they're going to take down Tristana, getting the shutdown. Probably the best person who could have got the shutdown on the team, but they did just trade Baron for the life of Rezius, unless of course Veigar is able to get the steal of the century. It's looking like it's not gonna happen.
No, it's not going to happen.
And Baron goes down for the side of Glacial. Dragon in 15 seconds. Do you think they can contest Baron? It looks like they're walking towards it.
Yeah, they're totally going to try that, but they might not be in a very perfect position, considering how low Sivir is when it comes to mana.
And Sundaddy throwing out the tongue to try to get the slow onto Syndra. Not going to happen, but I think they're just going to try to burst down this dragon here and get themselves onto Soul Point.
That's what they're doing right now. They're in a really good position for getting the Drake. And we're seeing the Everfrost. Let's see.
There's the cage, but his Grand Entrance is out. Does get onto the Poppy. Sundaddy and Flower doing an excellent job of not letting them see that health bar of the dragon. Gonna heroically charge in, and they're all just diving on top of Veigar. But Sundaddy eating him and throwing him out to safety. Also,
they want the set.
To be in. No, the face breaker is insane! He has taken out Veigar. He has taken out Sundaddy and opened the door for his team to absolutely delete the rest of Hyperion. Abandon gonna go down. K-Peps looking like he is about to go down as well. Barely retreats under tower. What a TP by set. And the Grand Entrance going back in. Angel living with a sliver of HP. Rezius has left the game.
Dude, that was some of the most unfortunate haymakers that I have ever seen.
I have to say, the Facebreaker into the Haymaker combo there. That TP from Firelight completely makes up for his death in that bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely.
Picking up another double kill completely. I actually thought Hyperion was starting to turn that fight, but once Set was able to get that TP flank in, it spelled disaster for Hyperion. Firefight desperately keeping his team alive in this playoff. Not to say that 2Girl, 1Butch, Alba, like the rest of them are playing amazingly, but this series we are seeing Firefight fight for his life.
Yeah, he's been doing a really good job, but we definitely cannot stop talking about Elmo.
Oh,
Elmo doing amazing work as a mid laner in all matches. He has been the constant of Glacial Charms.
And even in that team fight, he was the one to set up the initial engage and chunk Veigar down to half HP for when Firefight eventually came in. Put Sundaddy out of position, making him use the Devour onto Veigar and put them in the position that would ultimately result in that Hastebreaker just deleting the rest of them. But K-Pep's going to look for an engage here onto the Recon. Recon Grand entrancing away. A smite use from Udyr. And
there's still a chance for the guys over at Hyperion to...
The chunk damage! But the explosive charge onto Raycon.
Oh no.
A little out of position. And gonna get deleted by Elmo. Elmo is pimping. And Bandit gonna pull back a kill onto Rezius here. Of course, Primordial Burst going to be used to delete Rezius off the face of the Summoner Rift for the next 30 seconds. Their ADC's down, but they have Veigar.
Yeah, but there's still so much stuff going on. There's still a chance for Hyperion to come back. They always come back from these kinds of things, so I'm not going to say that this is, but Glacial Charms is in a really good position in this very moment.
And of course, Veigar has the hourglass now to be used to keep himself alive when needed.
Yeah, the problem is that if they get to Veigar, there's not only going to be one person. There's going to be like 6 people trying to get him out.
And I am now casting with Robot Nunu, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, really? I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's all good. I actually kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie. You sound like the guy from Saints Row.
No, it's just for a moment. Maybe it's my connection that is trying to live for just a second.
Trying to live for just a second.
Yeah. When you live in a third world country, internet is something like that. It's sentient.
Absolutely fair, but trying to live for just a second is something Hyperion was very good at doing last series, and hopefully,
amazing.
They can do it this series.
Okay, so we're seeing right now.
We have a 6k gold gap onto the side of Glacial. The next dragon is up in a minute. It is soul point for Hyperion if they do elect to fight it, but should they lose that fight, it may be game over for them.
It's a water drake, it's an ocean drake. Having the soul for that could be really beneficial to a team that has these amount of characters that have a lot of HP into their builds. Specifically speaking about Aatrox, Udyr, and everyone. But they're trying to get the Tristana. They're going to burn the ultimate, and we're going to see a small poke from the side of...
But Abandon being dove on and almost picked off the Devour, going to save his life. What a Devour from Sundaddy. Last second, keeping him alive. Will Abandon have time to reset before Drake here, or do they just drop the Drake?
This is what I told you about Stun Daddy being amazing at Tom Kench.
Oh, but they're gonna heroically charge onto Stun Daddy, and as you say, the amazing Tom Kench will go down. A cage onto Firelight. Firelight trapped in the cage though, gonna take a lot of damage from the side of Veigar and Tristana. Rezius trying to stay alive with the heroic charge to keep his man alive, and they're gonna start out with their lives barely intact. And they're gonna have to stay to keep this soul point from heroically charging over the wall. K-Pep's grand entrance and trying to take down K-Pep. K-Pep's now surviving with an inch of his life. Abandon gonna take down Rezius. The Primordial Blast going to take down Raycon. But here we go. The Haymaker gonna try to take down Angel. Angel able to get out alive. And everyone is down to their last breaths. There is 4 alive on the side of Hyperion. Abandon not gonna get caught out here. Elmo was looking for that pick. And I think Elmo's been consistently the best player on Glacial thus far.
Keeping distance, landing stuns.
And speaking of that,
oh my god.
He takes down Angel. He's gonna take down K-Pep. And like you said, distancing, landing stuns, bursting them down. And that's gonna open them to take a second Ocean Drake for them. What a play by Elmo. And of course, Firefight there to back him up.
They won this match. They won everything. This is their game. This is what they're trying to say.
You think it's their game to lose at this point?
6,000 gold. Top of it, which is no one playing, no one playing Trundle, but they trolling for sure. Oh my god, the Titan Esports, viewers are the best viewers. Let's do that. Okay, so we're seeing there's still a chance. I'm keep saying there's still a chance. But it's super hard saying it because the guys over at Glacial are playing so well. But we've seen the guys over at Hyperion
Game 2
coming back.
That's all you have to say for the comeback.
Game 2. That's the problem. I don't want to throw all the eggs in the same basket because I don't want to sound like I'm rooting for someone and suddenly be shown that I was wrong.
Oh wait, and the engage, beautiful grand entrance, gonna take down Stun Daddy, gonna take down K-Peps here. The World Ender being used. Elmo picking up the double kill. Grand entrance onto Angel. Angel's gonna try to rocket jump away, but leaves Veigar in the dust. Abandoned, trying to keep his life alive, but it just doesn't look like it's going very well for him. And Greydog using the grand entrance to pick up the kill there, barely being the one to secure it. Good job, Greydog, really making a grand entrance into giving a gap in the playoffs. Can we pull it to 2-2 here? They're going to look to at least get the inhib, maybe end.
So bad.
It is almost a 10k gold gap here.
At least one tower. I'm pretty sure they can get at least one tower.
Do you push for the end here? Abandoned down for 20 seconds. Veigar down for 10. Tower 1 gonna fall. Facebreakers on a Stun Daddy, or Haymaker on Stun Daddy, taking down half his health bar.
They're pushing back. What? No.
They're going back in grand entrance. The Showstopper taking down K-Peps. This was the mistake they made in Game 2, but they're executing it amazingly in Game 3. But now Fleur's back up. They're going to try to exit. Fleur getting a nice cage in, but not actually catching any of them. And they're going to get away with murder.
They did it. I told you they were going to get at least one of them.
And they all got away. You know why? Because it's not Predator Veigar.
Absolutely, 100%. That wasn't what I was looking at.
A heroic charge in Stun Daddy, devouring. Just gonna try to get away, but the knockup from Greydog, and they're keeping him here.
This is game.
Taking off. Stun Daddy running for his life. The Grand Entrance gonna knock him up, and they're going to knock him down. Abandon and K-Peps and Fleur, the last 3 alive to keep this Nexus.
And Seth just going to TP back into the
Fleur
base. So.
Missing the cage. Abandon trying to use the Darkened Sword to take them down, but it's not going to work. They have an exposed Nexus. They're fighting for their life. A great flash in from Abandon. He's trying his best. Set just able to knock down the Nexus. And Game 2! Or sorry, Game 4 to Glacial. It is now 2-2. The reverse sweep is on the edge of occurring. Finals, you could not ask it to be any closer. The top dogs, the comeback kids, but now it is Glacial who has come back in this series. We're gonna be going into Game 5.
Let's go.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. No, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. They're written down in eternity, but you'll never see the price it costs.
Doody dee doo, woody wee, woo doo doo, woody dee doo, woo doo, be doo doo. Let's go! We're in game 5, everybody. All right, I don't know what else to do.
steps down and escapes the day. Will calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again. When the colors fade and it turns to gray, we'll calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again. We can climb high, higher than before.
Ladies and gentlemen, time for the final draft of Conqueror Summer Playoffs. We have made it to Game 5, a potential reverse sweep for Glacial Charm here. With me, somebody let the dog back out of his cage to pentakill this casting desk. Welcome here, dog man.
Go! Woof, 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 woof. All right. We
Okay.
got my bee-boo-woos out of the way, and now I'm ready for draft.
And right off with it, the first pick once again for Glacial. They are in love with the Shuriman Queen, man. Sivir getting picked back up.
Yeah, dude, they sure are in love with this Sivir first pick. I mean, I don't know. Our bands were pretty similar to theirs. We we let the set it go. Fortunately, TGH never. I mean, they only played it once against us, but yeah, the Volibear ban, I'm just not sure about it. Sure, did I get first blooded by it twice? Would we let it through twice? Yes, but like, is it really bannable? I don't know.
I got a question. Do you as an EDE member feel like a moo right now?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Well,
Let's think of what Jinx and Amumu picked up for Hyperion and Rakan again for Sivir. Hyperion has been switching up their draft a little bit this series. How do you feel? How do you feel about the constant changes on Hyperion?
I don't know. It's interesting to see like what they're focusing. I mean, I'm honestly more surprised that Angle's Ash hasn't come out, and I'm saying Angle on purpose, by the way. But I don't know where his Ash is, but I do like the Poppy pick here. It kind of stops them from picking the Zac most likely on 3. So I do feel like they've decided that Poppy's the answer against the Zac, so it's a good way just to stop it from coming in. It's pretty good against the Mumu too.
Do you think Mumu support or Mumu jungle maybe? Do you think they could flex it into there?
I mean they can flex it, but I mean I don't know.
Now with the Trundle pick.
I don't know if they flex the Trundle top at all. So I would
Yeah.
expect it to be Trundle jungle most likely, which it's a good pick into the Poppy. But yeah, I think before the Trundle came in, I do think that it's a possible flex, but it seems like they really love it down bot. So
Would it be weird to see a split pushing comp from Hyperion here?
yeah, I mean I don't know. It doesn't really seem like their style of drafting. It seems like they really want to get to that team fight section of the game, and between both teams, they've been true supporters of the NA-RAM style here in pretty much every game. So I think front to back might be the way to go if they're not going to utilize either of the side lanes.
NA-RAM goes hard till you get to Worlds. But that being said, one thing to point out, right? They didn't elect to ban Sivir, Rakan, Poppy, or really anyone from the last comp besides Set just now. Do you think that's a mistake?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those things where sometimes you just got to ban the hot hand, right? So maybe you have an idea going in, but if they're popping off here on the Recon and the Poppy and whatnot, like maybe you just change a ban and ban it. I mean, I don't know if I mean MF ban might come out, Thresh ban might come out. I don't know if you give Elbow the Zillion. I feel like they might have PTSD from it, so maybe you don't.
Ban the Aatrox?
Okay.
That's a little bit interesting. I don't think the Aatrox actually went all that hard last match. It did well. They played very well, but
well, I think Alessandra. I mean, to me, this is an issue because, the one thing that we kind of talked about between our team versus TGH is, if Angel's the sole carry, we're not really too afraid, to be honest.
yeah.
But the only thing that Glacial Charm, or I guess TGH is going for him, is Glacial Charm's bot lane is not the most aggressive bot lane early game. So, they're not.
But
they're not
ones TGH for that matter. It's Jinx. I mean, you have a Mumu there if they elect to go a Mumu support.
Yeah.
But it's still not all that aggressive. Like Jinx early game does damage, but not really enough to hard stomp unless she gets ahead.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things where playstyle wise, I mean, you see TGH, you see, what Angel's been trying to play throughout the whole season, and it's really, Ashe Senna and then MF after the changes. So, I mean, he's besides the MF, he's been more of a utility ADC for the majority of the split, and I think that the way that they've played, I mean, Harnix, that guy's poke champion, high damage player, and I think their top laner is, one of those guys that just always.
You just gotta mention the Alawi pick. It's GC going for a split pushing comp here.
Oh.
That is the wow.
I mean, to me, I gotta say I love the Glacial Charm draft right now.
Do you?
I know.
I think someone's watching a little bit too much Rule 34 and bringing out Alawi for fun, man. Here's the thing. Glacial in match 4 and 3 and 4 have done really, really good with the team fighting, and now they've elected to split push. And we're picking last pick. We're gonna have Riven into the Alawi. That is. That could go. Oh, that could really go either way. Either Riven shuts down Alawi and stops the split push, or I'll let you take it away. What do you think of these two drafts?
I mean, I think it's a bit spicy with the Riven pick here. I mean, Abandon is the carry on the team, despite how he's been playing all night. Maybe they're just trusting the game in his hands right now. I think Glacial Charm has the way better split or team fight team in my opinion, and I think there are some Alawi enthusiasts that I know that love the pick there. So I think it's just the only thing that TGH can really do is look for picks before objectives and take 4v5, and besides that, I mean it's gonna be hard for them to play the game.
That may definitely be true. They do have quite a bit of scaling on their side with the Victor Sivir. And of course, Alawi is going to be a dominant lane threat for the early half of the game. I think they are playing a relatively similar comp to before, where you have the strong side top lane, and then you just allow your bot to scale and your mid lane to kind of control the wave. But now we got the Trundle back on TGH.
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to say before we go back to the Rift?
Yeah, I think we're in for an interesting game 5, and all I know is it would be a real shame for TGH to reverse sweep us and then get reverse swept. So,
do you want to make a final prediction before we actually go in and my partner rejoins me on the casting table?
I'd predict Glacial Charm, and if I had the stream up, I'd put all my points on them probably.
That confident? All your points? How many points you got? How many points would you put on it definitively?
Well, it would be more than 10k if I didn't bet them all on us when we lost, but right now it's about 5k, so I'd put my 5k on Glacial here.
Well, it's been a pleasure having you for this draft select, and I think we are now ready to go in to the finals and bring it to the Summoner's Rift. Thank you very much, Doc. Now get back in your fucking cage, buddy.
All right, baby. Do we do? Let's go.
We're back, bro.
Okay, perfect. Let's do it. We are now on the Rift. I'm just going to get my producer to switch our screen over because we are still looking at draft at the moment. Oh, it is all good. It is all good, my man. Here we go. We're on the Rift. Game 5. Glacial has brought it back. The potential reverse sweep right
to
here.
Dogman that came here and did a fantastic draft. Talk away.
Man can play. Man knows the game really well. He proved to me how well he could play last week. I seen him for the first time last week in the pentakill.
On Vega, right?
This series has been incredible. This whole tournament, like the playoff seeds for Conqueror, have been incredible. It has been some intense matches. We've seen some beautiful comebacks, beautiful team fights, but it all comes to a close here. Glacial has been a dominant threat throughout the league, throughout the playoffs, and of course Hyperion have been able to squeeze their way into victory after victory and aren't bad at all for playing from behind. But now finally have that scaling comp back into, well, scaling ADC anyways, to bring them back for late game. But here we go. We're going to match up both junglers once again, starting bot side, and going to work their way into the aggressive top lane. Firefight and Abandon going to be the matchup to look out for early game. We have a much earlier game jungler onto K-Peps. The Trundle. How do you feel about him being back on Trundle?
Dude, Trundle should have been picked last game. 100%. When they saw the Poppy for the second time, I would have insta-locked Trundle. Trundle is a character that can have a lot of pressure on top of the Poppy, and at the same time do a gargantuan amount of damage. But now, Poppy is not the only problem on the match, because it's also going to
Speaking of which, Poppy coming in bot lane here. Stun Daddy even went in with the bandage toss. Gonna get grand entrance. Rezius heroic charging him into the wall, and Stun Daddy gonna go down. Sivir picking up the first blood 2 minutes into the game. What an opening by Glacial.
Second, so never ever doubt about the level 2. The level 2 Poppy doesn't believe in anything.
The level 2 Poppy believed in one thing, and that's that they could get their bot lane the early advantage. That's huge. That is huge.
Absolutely. We're seeing a small... We're about to see a gank on the top side, which it could work, it could not. It's all depending. Right now, Raven is not in a really good situation because of the tentacle.
Yeah, and it looked like Stun Daddy was going to look for something mid, but wasn't able to. Trundle going to hit the invade, but I'm not going to lie. I'm not sure personally how I feel about the Riven pick. Oh, grand entrance onto Angel there. Not much going to happen.
The Riven pick is a volatile one, which is something that we've seen Abandon use multiple times in this tournament. So, as a volatile... okay.
Wait, he's going to go in here, forcing the flash out of Firelight. I mean, I did not even expect that much damage off the Riven combo. But I'll let you go back to what you were saying there.
No, exactly what you just saw. It's essentially you're seeing a character that a player that wants to play really intricate champions that have a lot of volatile results, and they can be really, really good, or they can go really, really bad. Like now, we haven't seen if Rezius is going to constantly pressure topside, not allowing Abandon to getting anything. But now in the bot side, they have a lot of pressure. Last time we had Jinx here. It was paired with a Lulu. And the problem was that they didn't have a lot of kill potential. With a Mumu, on the other hand, that changes it a little bit.
It does indeed. A Mumu, especially a game changer when it comes to objective and team fighting. Especially with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, in my opinion, one of the best ults in the game when it comes to team fighting.
Also, the AoECC as front lines in the form of the Trundle Pillar, Lissandra W, Lissandra Ultimate, the Curse of the Sad Mummy on the side of a Mumu. Those are things that are going to work really well in their favor.
That is... that could be more correct. The other thing is, with Lissandra and the Amumu combo, the true damage from Amumu's passive, from the Curse, that can be added on when going for picks, is insane. You can watch a Victor go from 100 to 0 just because of the added damage from Curse.
there's a single problem, that is that the only way that Poppy may be able to enter in certain fights is going to be 100% with Silveralt. If not, that's going to be a huge problem for her.
And the first dragon is going to be up right now. It is Mountain Drake. And Abandon gonna go in and get some chunk damage onto Firefight here. Do you think we'll see Razius camp top again this game, or do you think he's gonna find his home in the bot lane like he's trying to do right now?
You were saying a couple of times.
Heroic charge. We got the grand entrance going in, and My Name Angel getting chunked down really quick, able to find their way out because of Stun Daddy's bandage shot. And bandage shot onto Razius, gonna go back in. Kraydog using the shield to keep him healthy, at least healthy enough to get out. Lissandra was looking like she was going to walk down there as well. Sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah.
But a lot of action happening this game compared to the rest of them.
Yeah, you were talking about what I was saying is that right now, I'm pretty sure that they have confidence in Firefight that might be able to win against Abandon. So at this very moment, what I think is going to happen is that Reshius is going to want to have a lot of pressure on other lanes and allow Firefight to fight by himself. But this is going to be 100%. This is 100% speculative because, as I said before, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
They have not been forced to fix it either by the ban. Hyperion has very much said they're not afraid of Sivir, Raycon, Poppy. They think they can take them on, but it looks like Razius is gonna go for the first Mountain Drake here with his bot lane. Almo and the mid-wave states looking even. Trundle making his way down. We could see an early team fight breaking out here. It looks like Angel's trying to tell Sun Daddy to not head in there. And it looks like first Mountain Drake's going to be on the side of Glacial.
I was talking with Dylan before he left. We were talking about objectives in general League of Legends. In the case of the Drake, we're talking about how the Mountain Drake is the worst dragon in the game. And
in the game or in early game?
Both, because in the early game, it's one of the worst Drakes to happen. That the only reason you would want to grab it is just to extend your lead, and not because of the things that it gives you. This is really, and this is something that appears, of course, objectively, in between the other Drakes that appear in the game. The Mountain Drake is the worst of all the souls. It's just a shield. Yeah, dude, it's just a shield and an extra resistance on armor and magic resistance. But if you are, let's say, a team of pure off tanks, those stats are not absolutely welcome. The HP regen and the extra health that the Ocean Drake gives you is actually a little bit more welcoming.
See, I actually have to disagree with you a little bit there. Okay. Mountain Drake, you can understand saying it's the worst Drake early game because it is a percentage on your armor and magic resist. But as you get later into the game, or especially mid game, when you're building the armor up before it starts to like negate the effects of buying a lot more, yeah. I feel like then what is it, 6% or 9%? Sorry, I don't remember the exact percentage, but it can be big. And the shield, Mountain Soul has the highest win rate in the game. Statistically, it has the highest win rate out of any of the souls. And although I like to rep for my boy Cloud Soul, how often is it that Cloud Soul really is game changing? No, compared to Mountain Soul,
it never ends. But Mountain Soul doesn't either. Like,
yes, it does.
The discussion could be between which one is better between the Mountain Drake and the Cloud Drake. But when you come into it, the instant slow. Well, let's see.
And Rezius is gonna come up here. Abandon already at a quarter HP. They're gonna tentacle whip him, and down to a quarter bar. He's gonna get away with his life, and it looks like Trundle's gonna be around to pick up the gold. Stun Daddy though, and Fleur up there in case their team wants to make a play. It looks like Glacial is going to secure Rift Herald. I don't think they can take the 3v4 here, so not a whole lot gonna happen. A successful way of securing Rift Herald here, and it's looking quite good for Glacial, I gotta say.
Absolutely. So what we're saying is that compared directly to the instant slow AoE damage that the Hectech gives you.
And sent back to base. We're going to use the Keeper's Verdict to send Trundle away and keep him from stealing that Rift Herald. Rezius picking up the Rift Herald right here, but Stun Daddy going in with the bandage toss on a Kraydog. Kraydog going to use the Grand Entrance to disengage, and I will throw it back to you.
Yeah. like we were saying before, the Hectic Drake is an instant slow AoE, which makes it really good. The Fire Drake, the additional damage always means better here in League of Legends. And the Ocean Drake is amazing just because of the healing and the regen and everything that gives you straight away. So it's all about all about of which is less bad, which in my opinion is the Cloud Drake, mainly because of the CD reduction on ultimates. Because a lot of people want to ult. That's pretty much it.
One thing to say, though, is the next dragon up in a minute is going to be the Ocean Drake, which is arguably the best Drake for laning phase. Yeah. You get the nice sustain, and when you pair it with Mountain Drake later into the game, you have the added armor, you have the added magic resist, and then you were able to stay in fights longer to keep Ocean Drake regen working on you.
I'm feeling a Hectic Drake for this.
You're feeling Hectic Soul?
Yeah.
I'm feeling the greatest soul in the game for the next soul, actually. Cloud Soul. I think Cloud9's favorite soul is going to pop up this game. Okay, and I'm hoping we see some capture it.
You brought up that the Mountain Drake had the highest win rate. Which one has the worst win rate?
You would be shocked if I told you. 1 second, there's a bandage shot onto Firelight. Firelight going to ult down and use the tentacles, but Stun Daddy's Curse of the Sad Mummy going to keep it alive. Unfortunately, though, it is going to be Stun Daddy who picks up the kill. And they're going to use a Rift Herald mid. And it looks like K-Peps and Fleur are going to be able to defend it. They're going to take down 3 plating with it. Split between both Poppy and Victor. But they're going to go in for the tower dive. Grand entrance in, grand entrance out. A Super Mega Death Rocket hitting Rezius. And they are running them away. Stun Daddy missing the bandage shots onto Elmo. But probably a good for him because he doesn't have a whole lot of health left there to play with. Ultimately, a lot of gold just funneled onto the side of Glacial, but this fight isn't going to end just yet. The dragon is up, and it looks like Hyperion is going to try to use this turnaround to pick up the Ocean Drake and even the Drake totals onto the map.
Yeah, and they're going to be left out. They're going to be giving that away.
Yeah, and Ocean Drake gonna go down. We're gonna see the soul, but a grand entrance onto Flirt barely misses, and it is an undetermined soul for us, unfortunately.
Look! What did I tell you?
Oh, here we go. It is Hextech Soul. You were feeling lucky, and you were feeling correct. That is a fun soul to see in this last game 5. Especially, I find it pairs so well with Jinx.
Yeah, with everyone on the Hyperion side, it works fantastically. In the case of the guys over at GC, the Ocean Drake would have been fantastic. Ilawi loves the healings, and the same applies to Poppy. And the other one, I will give you that, it would be the Mountain Drake or the Fire Drake. Would have been things that they would have really liked. Or also the Cloud Drake, 100%. Rakan loves its ultimates. Same applies to Sivir.
Absolutely. And you were asking earlier, what Drake has the lowest soul? I'm double checking just to make sure I'm right. Okay, it has changed. At the start of this season, it was actually Inferno Soul with the lowest win rate. However, now the win rates have changed. The lowest win rate goes to Ocean Soul with an 89.9%. And the highest, ladies and gentlemen, is the greatest soul of all time, Cloud Soul. And a bandage toss onto Alawi here. We're breaking on the fight, going to use tentacles. The Curse of the Sad Mummy right at Shield, which is going to take down a bandit. And Stun Daddy doesn't have the damage. Rezius coming up here, going to use a heroic charge. Barely misses. What a flash by Stun Daddy. And he's going to get out barely alive. And that is the damage that Alawi can do when she has Leap of Faith. She is able to teach that enemy team a harsh lesson. And MOB Pimpin coming in with a death ray to pick Stun Daddy up. A little bit of a greedy's back, going so close to that wall and not all the way behind the tower. And he is gonna pay for it. And that is so good. But K-Pep's gonna go down, forces the flash out of 2 girls, 1 bush, Queen 6. Gonna try to go back in. Grey Dog gonna use the grand entrance to knock K-Peps up. K-Peps using Subjugate to try to stay alive. and My Name Angel really doing a lot of damage, trying to focus on the Sivir. Is she going to be able to get the kill? It's looking good for her, and she takes down 2 girls, 1 push. Kratos going to use the Grand Entrance up, but Fleur coming around. Super Mega Death Rocket, bring him down to no health, and she's going to use the hand to go in. Flash from Kratos, but she is chasing him down under the T2. Tries the Grand Entrance away, but there you have it, putting him in a frozen tome. And both bot laners gonna go down on the side of Glacial. My breath is leaving.
It was really good. Okay, so let's recap really quick. On the top side,
we're gonna have another tower dive here. Trying to banish us away. Rezius gonna knock him up. And Elmo be pimping using the Death Ray to get another kill. This is a bloodbath, baby.
Yeah, but Elmo be pimping.
Oh, and wait, Abandon gonna go over the wall, but they're gonna use the Hex Skate to go out, barely escaping with their life. Rezius, so map aware, and honestly has been playing amazing this game.
Yeah, dude. Rezius and Elmo be pimping. Definitely MVPs in this case. They have been fighting fantastically. Sadly, Abandon used the Ribbon ult, which is not a really good signal at the very moment.
Yeah, the next 90 seconds for Abandon are going to be crucial not to take any fights. Kraydog, of course, opening the map to roams after that unfortunate death in the bot lane. It is looking very even. The goal difference next to the same. This match, I think, is as close as it's ever been 15 minutes into the game for these two teams. Abandon getting chunked away, and Kraydog watching the Trundle, but Fleur going to be the first to roam here. Poppy on her Gromp, ready to make the roam. Of course, Rift Herald is up, but we have the first Hextech Drake up in 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Absolutely, we're seeing that there's a lot of equal footing in this very moment, with Hyperion having the upper hand at the very moment, but we'll need to see how it goes later. Of course, Hyperion got the first tower, which is really important, and Jinx had an amazing performance right now. But well, we're seeing Sivir, Poppy, and Rakan on the top side. So
and there goes the Rift Herald. Being picked up by Alawi is worth mentioning. Clearly, it's going to be his top side. Stun Daddy with the banish off. Alawi going to TP in here, and we're looking at a 4v5. Stun Daddy missing another banish off. Rezi is going to use the heroic charge to take out Stun Daddy. Stun Daddy using the Crystal Sad Mummy to try to stay alive, but it's not going to work. Rezi is going to take down Stun Daddy, and it is really a 4v5 over this Drake. Rift Herald being dropped mid. It's going to take down that T1. K-Pep's running away, and I think they do have to drop the Dragon here. A disengage looking to happen from Hyperion. It looks like we might see a tower dive, or at least the taking of this T2. Yeah, and here it goes, the T2.
Unengaged in the box.
T2 gonna go down, sending K-Peps back to the fountain. My Name Angel chunked down to half, able to take down the Rift Herald, but K-Peps looking for a little bit of a greedy play here. Well, the 5 of them going to scare him away. The Everfrost unfortunately misses, but Abandon gonna go over the wall. The Trundle Pillar taking down Rezius. The root onto Rakan. Rakan gonna go down by Abandon, and it is now a 5v4 on the side of Hyperion.
Right now, they're equalizing. They want this. They definitely want to fight this. Will they be able to get the kill? Will they be able to clear it up?
Trundle posture gonna go around pillars. Elmo be pimping the root onto Elmo be pimping. Fleur gonna go down. A little bit of an over engagement, and K-Peps and Fleur split from their team. 2 girls, 1 bush takes down K-Peps. Firefight takes down Fleur, and they have changed the fight once again. And what are they gonna notice the back of that bush? They are not. A huge misplay from Hyperion in this round. A little bit greedy. Fleur over engages. K-Peps over engages. This team can't follow up. They're still gonna go to elect the fight. This 3v5. The TP coming in from Elmo be pimpin'. And the Dragon goes down.
Oof. Really hard.
I have to say.
We've been how much time here? We've been here what? I've been here for 4 hours. So yeah,
play. The fatigue starting to show on the side of Hyperion. I won't lie.
5 hours in all of this. It's really cool. So we're covering right now the grand finals of the Conqueror League on Titan Esports. And dude, we are witnessing what at this moment sounds like a reverse sweep.
It is
second reverse sweep that we've seen on these leagues.
The reverse sweepers would get reverse swept by the #1 seed of the league. It would be a stark difference from what happened in Gladiators, where the 7th seed was able to win the entire playoffs. But once again, another fight looking to break out over Baron. The objectives mean so much this game. This game, I think, has been the most objective-focused game for both these teams. And Floor's going to go over the wall, gets the stun down. Stun Daddy going to use Curse of the Sad Mummy. And Elmo be pimping, more like Elmo be sleeping. He is gone. Abandoned, chasing down Firelight. Another stun onto Alawi. Alawi going to use the Leap of Faith to keep himself alive. Abandoned losing his health, but able to take down Alawi. And we're taking... once again, Trundle sent to the Korean servers. Taking out Rezius. Angel exhausted, but just doing so much damage. King Sticks, though, putting them all down to 1 HP. K-Pap's going to use the Hex Stick gate to get back into the fight, and they're all going to survive with 1 HP. Now that K-Paps is back into the fight, the damage Angel did there has to be insane. She was left free.
What I say, that I can talk nothing, nada, when it comes to my predictions.
It is
because I'm getting slapped in the face.
And yeah,
I just said that we were starting to smell the reverse sweep, and suddenly, oh dude, Steph just said that it's time, and they switched the script the whole way.
It was unfortunate. Elmo be pimpin' went from an unkillable to become an Elmo be pimpin' to Elmo be limpin' to Elmo be sleepin'. Unfortunately, caught out in that fight, and it really opened the gate back up for Hyperion. And now
that was an
oh, we got another thing happening here. K-Pep's gonna go look for the pillar. On to Elmo be pimping again. Elmo is limping. Elmo is limping. He's what? Oh my God! Rezi's able to turn the fight around with him.
Oh no!
A double kill from Elmo be pimping. Elmo be screaming with joy as he gets a triple kill in that fight. What an amazing gravity field. And of course, the heroic slam using his own pillar against him, baby.
Dude, that was some unfortunate crap that I've seen before.
Elmo went from looking like using that staff as a cane, looking like Dr. House, to really proving why they call him the pimp. But a grand entrance onto Angel. Everfrost gonna keep Rezius from doing a whole lot. A big stun here, and Fleur getting grabbed by the tentacle. Angel electing to go back in here. Interesting play, and it was the wrong one because Firelight going to light Lissandra. Lissandra goes down, but Stun Daddy, K-Peps, and Riven all joining the fight now. It's a 5v4 for Baron if they stick around. Well, actually a 4v4 because Elmo be pimpin', be getting the fat stacks in the bot lane, looking to take the T2 and get even more gold in him. He's probably the strongest man in this match. A pillar, and he's going to use Subjugate to take down the tankiness of Firelight. Taking down Firelight. Firelight, of course, no leap of faith. Not helping up to stay alive.
They really want the Baron. They have all the gates open to do it. They need to be really careful. But from the Poppy entrance.
Poppy Recon looking to make a grand entrance, sending the wrong person away. Angel going bye-bye. A pillar keeping them off, and Rezius wanting to go back in. Angel deleting him from the face of the earth, but Stun Daddy goes down by Elmo be pimpin'. Fleur gonna go down by Elmo be pimpin'. They get the Baron, but at what cost? K-Pep's also gonna go down, and only Angel and Abandon escaping with the Baron. Elmo be pimpin' is huge!
Whew. He heard you. You know that, right? He said, dude, you were talking trash about me, that I wasn't performing well, that I was limping. Well, not anymore.
He is sweeping the Summoner's Rift. Man!
And with
crazy.
No index. With no lemon pledge.
No index, no lemon pledge.
Doing it with just water. Keeping that thing raw.
Man. But we gotta keep in mind, Angel has been unkillable. And that can mean a lot once you get pushed into your base.
Angel has been in a really good position. He needs to stay that way, and he needs to keep his spacing. He is the only thing that will be able to allow Hyperion to just prop back, because Riven is not in a position, it's not right now in a carrying position.
And they have secured Hextech Drake here. They're now on Hextech Soul Point. Which, now that they're starting to get a lead, Hextech Soul can be huge, but the chunk damage from Angel going in. Fleur gonna go look to land a root, is able to stun the Alawi, but Alawi's got Leap of Faith again, and look at her go back to a full health bar. One-shotting Lissandra. They're gonna take down Stun Daddy. 2 girls, 1 bush, about to do some huge damage. Rezius sending Trundle out, but gonna sacrifice her life for that, and saving her teammates. But My Name Angel able to take out Recon, able to take out Firelight, and is 2 girls, 1 bush gonna get away. Jinx is excited. She is chasing the kill. but it does not look like she's going to get it. She's sending out the Super Mega Death Rocket. Misses by an inch, but Elmo B. Pimpin coming up from behind. The Chomper's going to root him. K-Pep's going in from behind.
Give it the distance. Give it the distance. We're not able to get
able to kill her with the Death Ray, and he's going to turn it around on K-Peps. What a guy. He is carrying his team to the championship.
10-1. What an amazing display. How he's doing everything. Elmo B. Pimping, you, my man, are doing beautiful.
If Glacial is a royal flush, Elmo is the ace of spades.
Absolutely.
This man pulled out Victor for Game 5. Has he pulled out Victor before in this series, in the first 3 matches?
I think he did, and he used to be and he was a permaban for Hyperion during most of the time.
And they let him slip in Game 5, and man, I can only hear their coach screaming in the background. But Stun Daddy looking to be aggressive here, not going to be able to happen. Firelight, gonna chunk him. What do you think Hyperion needs to do to successfully complete a comeback like they had to all of last year?
Get the Victor. Get 100% the Victor. The Victor is 100% is a lot of damage that they have right now.
Can anyone kill the Victor, or does that bounty need to go to
No,
someone?
everyone can. Anyone really can get the Victor. If the Victor is gotten on a really bad position, or if Lissandra decides to focus it instead of the Ilaoi, there's a chance that they will be able to get them. But that's all that I'm saying on practice, like in theory. Yeah. But in practice, that thing will prove to be a little bit difficult, because if the Ilaoi goes in, if the Poppy goes in, if they're able to do a catch, the Lissandra ultimate should be a tool that they definitely should use. They're trading inner top for getting inner mid.
Wait a minute. Yeah, there's kind of a race going on. Mid gonna go, T2 top gonna go down. T2 mid gonna go down here. But I believe they push a little bit harder on the side of Glacial.
I think look at Glacial, how
T3 is gonna
go
down.
And tier 3 and inhibitor
right, T3,
is getting
T3 mid's gonna go down. But the inhib's already gone on the top side. We're kind of getting a base race here. This is insane. Stun Daddy gonna go in. He's gonna hit the Curse of the Sad Money. And Jinx still not backing. Shuttlestick, and what a huge play. Abandoned, able to take down Firefight. The fight's in their favor.
This is not happening.
Jinx reaching the end.
This is not happening. This is not happening.
Trundle takes down T1. The TP coming in. Trundle and Jinx taking out T2. The back door is wide open.
No freaking way.
The Hyperion able to come back again and win the finals.
Get out. Get out. Dude. What just happened? The chat. The chat doesn't...
What did we just witness? I called them the comeback kings, and that is exactly why.
They're full of garbage. That's not what you said. You were on the side of GC.
No. This entire going into this series, I called them the comeback kings against the top dogs, and they just proved why they're the comeback kings.
Absolutely, but
What a base race. What a play. I'm not going to lie. I didn't think GC was going to have it. But the second Stun Daddy hit that Curse of the Sad Mummy and abandoned
that was the point. That was the point where they won the base race. The moment that Amumu decided to come back, that was the moment where they went ahead. They could have left Victor back into base. 100%. And for that mistake alone, well, Angel and Trundle, Angela and K-Peps, the absolute disaster. I would pay good money to hear the comms of Hyperion in that very moment. I want to hear the comms side by side.
Yeah, oh my god, that was crazy, man. I gotta say, there is, at least out of the games I've cast for Conqueror,
I really need to have a conversation with both Angel and Elmo B. Pimpin. Because these two guys played beautifully.
I have to say,
matches.
Game 5, Elmo B. Pimpin was trying to carry his team so hard to a victory. But I have to be honest, the Stun Daddy's Curse of the Sad Mummy at the end there mixed with the beautiful Blade of Exile. was insane. They took a leap of faith going 5-man top. We really seen just running one team NA ramming it mid, one team running it top. Of course, mid's got the shorter distance. You have Trundle in the split push, but what a fucking series you had. It go to 2-2, game 5, a match that went almost an hour long, and for it to all end with a base race out of nowhere that no one could have predicted. Yeah. What an absolute way to close out the summer playoffs before we go into fall league.
Yeah, they were. So I'm really, like, I'm flabbergasted. Okay, I'm totally out of words and in a loss of words of everything that has happened, because, dude, these guys, so all of them played beautifully. They did a variety really good rotations during most of the matches. It's impossible to play League of Legends without making mistakes. That's like the thing. Like, that's the thing that makes games, that makes League of Legends in general. There is hindsight. Like, in my idea, okay, like in my idea, I never thought that base race was going to be successful until I saw how slow they were to take down tier 2 top and tier 2 and tier an inhibitor tower on top side. When I saw how slow they were in comparison to a Jinx with Get Excited from the first tower, with a Trundle that has the W that gives him enhanced attack speed and everything, which his Q actually procs on towers, dealing additional damage. At that very moment, I knew that things were going to be really difficult. And at that moment, that's when everything went to garbage. When they were not allowed to back up with the Plague of the Exile, they stopped the ports, allowing for the rest of the team to make it out of there. It was only Fearless alone on top side, and suddenly while they were backing, she TP'd into the mid lane. So if they, for some ungodly reason, were able to take Angel or take Trundle or something like that, they wouldn't been able to stop Flordelis. That, remember, mages attack with AP on their basic attack, and these basic attacks hit like a truck. So there were a lot of things that, like, they played beautifully that base race. It was all mental games, and they played amazingly.
That they did, and I think with that is going to be the end of the night and the end of Conqueror League. I'm losing my voice a little bit here.
Yeah.
But I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you so much, Stefu, for, of course, casting for the last 5 hours.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you to anyone who's played in Conqueror League and stuck with us so far tonight. Shout out to Fort, of course, for producing and helping run these streams. And are we gonna pull any of them in for an interview? Or
let's say if we're going to have them.
Okay.
Yeah, we should do an interview.
We'll go ahead and cut the break real quick, and we'll be back with an interview. Hello, ladies and
Welcome,
gentlemen.
everyone. Let's do it. Romeo, together. We're here, finally.
We finally have our champions of Conqueror. It's been one hell of a series. With us is the entire team of Titan Gaming Hyperion. And just chat wants to know real quick. Stun Daddy, are you single?
Yes.
Okay, listen here, ladies. Listen here. Or men. Anyone who wants to get involved with the Stun Daddy.
Look, I'm homosexual. All you homies out there, I love you all.
Yeah.
All right, but we'll get into the serious questions now. I'll let you take it away here.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so first of all, Abandon. We're going to start with the top lane. The last person that we're going to interview is going to be My Name is Angel. Okay? Sounds good to everyone?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, so Abandon. How are you, mate?
I am doing fantastic after that win. I'm very surprised, but also very ecstatic.
Okay, how did you feel about everything that happened? How you were turned into Rishia's punching bag, could say the least.
That's a perfect, accurate explanation of what I was turning into. Honestly, after a while, it did get a little annoying, but that was completely okay because it's almost like you forgot about the other side of the map because
we
it's
saw
not like
the
I'm the only
emote.
role, you know?
We saw the emote. The
Oh
Jinx
yeah,
already
of course,
tired of that crap.
Of course, man, of course.
Well, you had a really amazing overall. Even though you were shoved to the walls quite literally because you were against a puppy, and even though you had a lot of moments where it was really difficult, we saw you with your head still into the game. Like you were doing really well, and you definitely yourself something that is essentially tilt proof. Although, if anyone of your team wants to discuss about that, was he really tilt proof?
No.
Let's go over Stun Daddy, and these are questions that Romeo wants to ask to Stun Daddy. So.
Oh yeah, okay. Just in general, obviously that match ended with an intense Game 5 base race. I'm just wondering, at what moment or who called that final play to leave Trundle and Jinx into that hard race to finish the game?
So I called for the push, that we send 2 over top to stop it, and then we get the push, and then it was Angel who called for me to back, which I completely agreed with. So I took the back, which eventually led to the Hope and a Prayer.
So. It was actually amazing. You guys did a fantastic job with that back, and I have to remark that you definitely destroyed that last ultimate. Was a dream ultimate, right, Romeo?
The curse of the sad mummy heard around Titan. Anyone watching the stream, that is going to be a moment to remember. So Game 5 game winning ultimate right there. Every Amumu stream.
Yeah, also, not to leave out Abandon at the same time, that W into third Q of Ribbon and Blade of Exile to finish at least one person that was under there was absolutely well. Really good combination
must have felt
between
nice.
both of you.
Oh, of course, man. Of course it felt nice.
Okay, let's go over the... let's talk with K-Pips. You had an amazing game 1 and a terrific game 5. What do you think were the shortcomings of the team in general? And you can also point out yourself, like just the small things that you guys experienced during matches, and how did you felt overcoming them into closing game 5?
Yeah, so I don't know if it was as much of shortcomings or just the good play of the other team. I mean, like watching those games, like even in game 2 that we won, like Elmo on Ari, like was one of the craziest things like I've ever seen. Like usually at Champ, like gets to 25 minutes and it's just absolutely useless, but somehow Elmo was dealing the highest DPS in the game, was just absolutely like tearing it apart, and especially in game 5, it was just Elmo show up until we forced the crazy base race. So I don't know if I would like to say it was shortcomings of us or just good play from them. And I think we've always sort of struggled too with how to play in the top side, and sort of the champ I like to play to counter top side or just always win top side 2v2 is Volleybear, but champ is banned every game, which they knew to ban, so that kind of felt bad.
Awesome. Romeo, there's a question from the chat that you would
There
like to
is
ask
a question from DRed92. He's got a question for K-Peps. He's just wondering what you think happened that Zach game. Obviously, there was a couple times you were caught out and tried to make some very ambitious plays, and we're just wondering. Obviously, you played the series incredibly, and that's why you guys are champions right now. But just wondering that Zach game. Obviously, you're playing a little bit from behind there as Zach. A tough thing to do. What was going through your head there?
Well, Zach is sort of one of my specialty picks. Typically, I almost always win on the champ when I play it, even if people pick Poppy, because a lot of times they don't know how to play Poppy. Now, to be fair, and I called this during draft, that Resius, we've played against him before, he can play Poppy well, and I knew that. So I was willing to recognize that, but we were willing to send it because we kind of always went on that champ. And at a point when you get that far behind in a game, and you're down soul and stuff like that, it's all you can really look for is desperation plays and the force engages. So it may make me look bad, but if it gives my team a potential chance to shake the game up a bit, we can go forward from there. But yeah, I saw that DRed92 guy. Definitely love to say some not overly friendly things about my play, but it's okay because I still won.
In fairness, too, a lot of those times when you were diving in with the slingshot, you were half healthing the important members of their team and almost switching it. So, although in hindsight, obviously hindsight's 2020, may have not worked out. I know as a jungler, I know exactly what you mean when you have to just try to shake up the game, and to that, it's brilliant.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, now, who is going to talk in place of the mid laner? Because we know for that fact
it's
that
It's me.
Oh, you're here.
No. I'm not the mid. I'm the coach, but I'll talk for him.
Okay, so what did he say about going against essentially the MVP of Glacial Charm?
Every mid matchup is easy. It's all free.
Mm-hmm.
That's all he would ever say. There's nothing that he would ever be afraid of. There's no shot that he would ever like back down from playing against the best player because it's the only person that might give him a challenge in lane. He didn't even in lane. He only got kills out of lane.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, just add a French accent onto that, and there you go.
Yeah. I just don't want to offend any of the viewers just yet.
Can I actually? Yes. You're the coach, right, Marco?
Yes.
Can I ask you about leaving open the trio of Sivir, Rakan, and Poppy?
Hey man, why ban those champs? We're just here to make a good series.
Okay.
I knew we would win. I told him to throw games 2 and 3. I gave him the exact game plan for. I'm sorry, I told him to throw games 3 and 4. I gave him the exact game plan for game 5. Just said, int it, make it look pretty, and then run it down mid. It's free.
I have another question. This is for the whole team. Before we go to our dedicated MVP, which is my name is Angel. Spoilers. We want to ask, how did you guys felt on the second match, where you guys were able to overcome the impossible while avoiding Sejuani ult, avoiding King W, avoiding everything, Ari Charm, anything, coming back from Elder Drake with Baron?
I had the same high that I had driving 80 down the freeway just to make the second game, so I was riding it. I was going. There was no thoughts in the head. It was just press the Tom Kench buttons and go.
It happened. It just happened. Abandon did an amazing chase with Rengar at one point. We saw 3 Leona ults in those last 5 minutes. We saw a 51-minute game that resulted in you guys essentially turning everything back in the last 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, man.
Rengar mains look out for each other.
Are you Rengar, man?
Yeah, dude.
Yo, let's go, brother. Let's go, dude.
Okay, it was really hard not to be biased to what you picked. Yeah, I said, of course he went the Rengar game.
Oh, yeah, of course. You know.
I'm going to shoot 2 quick questions asked from chat real quick. McDoctor wants to ask you guys, where was the Corki this series?
The champ is dog shit. Oh my god.
Both do not like Corki.
Yeah, our mid runner played Corki when he was shit on top of shit, played the worst build when the other build was good, and then now the champ is actually unplayable. It's it's so insanely bad.
Another question here. For all of you guys who are now 2 times champs, What split was easier, this split or last split?
It was definitely
Last
split.
split.
Last split.
Last split, I think. I don't know, man.
Last split was literally the freest shit ever. We took the
Yeah.
last week off for fun against FHSU, got clapped, came back, 3-0'd everybody, and 3-0'd the finals too.
Yeah, if anyone wants to know what the free plat what league was this split, it was 100% Blue Water League. Join that league for free money.
True.
And other thing, I just want to throw it back to the EDE game. That was intense too. You guys reverse sweep them.
I challenge you to go and look at all of our streamed matches and notice that we took them all to max games. It's always the plan. We're the best showmen in the league.
Speaking of EDE, shout out to Instinct Renting.
Okay, now we're going to go.
That Tristana? Oh my god!
We're going to go to the last interview, which is going to be Angel. Angel, you had an amazing performance to the eyes of the casters and the production team during most of the matches. You kept your head cool. You always prioritize in positioning, and you were able to achieve at least 250 souls on Senna.
Holy shit!
How are you feeling?
That game 2 and then the ending of game 5 there, when those team fights, I just kind of felt possessed. I told the team, listen, I don't care how many kills this Victors get, we're going to win this game.
That's amazing, dude. Okay, so about your positioning on Jinx. Many times we were saying that you were about to lose a team fight or something like that, and we said that they have a Jinx. Stop right there. They have a Jinx. So let's wait to the end of the fight to see if that actually happens.
Yeah, I used to play a lot of Jinx, especially back in spring. It was even the icon that it was made for us as champs, but it was kind of dog shit for a while. But recently,
was there another champion aside from Jinx that you could have pivot when Senna was banned?
Yeah, there was still Ashe left. I always have a Xayah pocket pick ready. I can do boring shit like Ezreal. I play every AD carry except for Draven. I don't play Draven. That's cringe.
What other options would you think in the games that you guys lost that could have been changed on the ADC side? Like which other ADC you think could have performed a little bit better, that had like a better time against the enemy team, or do you think that Jinx was definitely the best pick?
I think game 3 Jinx was fine. Game 4 the Tristana pick was pretty grief by me, not gonna lie.
Okay.
But not sure what else I would have picked there. Maybe Ashe might have needed a little bit more engage into what was going on. Would have helped against the set, I think. Other than that, I think Senna into Jinx is good against them because their bot lane are literally robots that don't know how to play, so I just get to scale for free.
I love this shit talking.
I mean, literally in game 1, we have an auto-filled jungler playing support for us on Nautilus. Me and McDoctor maybe have 4 games of flex queue in total together.
Yeah.
Well, you guys
to camp your lane, smile.
Yeah. Dude. You guys, overall, we need to say it straight away. You guys did fantastically when it came to fighting in general. You guys did an amazing work as a team. You guys have a lot of potential to continue growing, to become stronger, to become more consistent, and you definitely guys have some sort of synchronization of. You guys are connected, okay? In a way that you guys are able to synchronize ultimates, do combos, and it feels so natural in certain cases. For example, we saw when Six was going in the bot lane in game 1, and Peeps was able to go in with the E, and Peeps wasn't even touching the ground yet, and the bomb was already on its way. You guys have that kind of synchronization, and I really want to congratulate all of you because you played an amazing series. You took advantage of the mistakes of your team, of your enemies, and you went ahead and got the grand finals.
Yeah, I appreciate it. The core of this roster, 4 of us minus the top, have been playing together since November of last year, and we got abandoned at the start of the summer. But It doesn't look like this roster is going to be sticking together going forward, unfortunately. Otherwise, we'd be back to back to back champs. But that's just due to scheduling and stuff, and people should count themselves lucky.
Yeah, you guys did absolutely insane, and you guys deserves your own congratulations on how good you all performed in this series.
Thanks, I played my heart out.
Yeah, you did. Auto locking that Amumu before letting us say anything.
Also, I just the
We'll never
biggest,
know.
most egregious thing of this entire split is not necessarily Pep's not winning the All Star, but him not even being on the ballot.
Making the list, bro.
That is the
That
most
is
egregious shit I've
disrespectful.
ever seen.
Well, let's
Man
just say that the
literally
caster,
sets us up for success, dude. He's literally like
the casters had
core
nothing
to
to do with that decision.
Oh my
It's
god.
okay. I saw Sem said he believes in Peps now, and that's an improvement from last
We're getting
series.
there. We're getting there.
Yeah. Last season he didn't even get he was diffed in every single report.
He was still diffed in this one too. It's just
okay. We
insane.
finally got Sems on our side, so you know what? We won in our hearts in the end.
You guys won straight up today. Well, thanks everyone. Thanks to all people that stuck with us all the way to the end of this production. This has been the end of the Conqueror playoffs of summer 2022. Here it was me, Steph. Then we also had Romeo that came as a replacement and as a constant caster in this channel. Romeo, your socials?
Yeah, if you want to check me out, I am TI Romeo on Twitch or TI Romeo with a 0 on Twitter. So it's been a delight casting for you guys tonight. It's been a delight watching both these teams go head to head. My voice is so dead right now, but I appreciate you all.
And don't worry, you can check out Dylan is going to come back soon. He may be going to change to Tuesdays, which I'm going to be also heading towards that direction. And be sure to check us out on the fall split before everything goes out. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us. Thank you guys for the amazing feedback of us also casting. I'm not a native English speaker, and everyone seemed to like how I cast, so that's really good. And we will see you guys pretty soon. Take care.